Oh shit.
that you did not, you were not available to, I guess, show up to. You no longer online?
I'm here.
I was trying to get to the. I'm pressing F5 pretty much on two different pages, hoping that something shows up as live. You popped up as live on Twitch for a second, and then not.
Hmm.
Okay, now looks like we're good here
Christopher
on.
Kelly says hi.
Yeah, we're good here on Twitch,
Running
and
Dog
I'm
Cap
just
on
looking.
YouTube is here.
I'm F5ing the hell out of the YouTube. God damn it! What's up with this mouse? All right.
So I am here fixing some boards while Chris is enjoying vacation somewhere.
Mm.
How is everyone today?
What up,
Hello,
Twitch
people.
chat? Waiting for YouTube to show up. Why is YouTube always the last to show up?
YouTube is really slow. I don't
Super
think
slow.
Susan Wojcicki doesn't like me very much.
Guess they don't like me very much either. On my podcast, when we were streaming the three platforms, YouTube always came up last.
I don't get
Who
that.
pooped last? First, you eat. Well, the power. The power.
So
Don't know
usually
YouTube.
we speak all the time nonstop about a bunch of different issues, and I'll usually one of us will cut off the phone conversation when we get busy. But since I usually wind up just continuing the conversations that I have with a live audience, I figured why not try combining the two into a stream and see what happens.
Yep. And yeah, pretty
And
much.
he's missing watching people kick the shit out of each other to be here, so why thank
Yeah.
you.
So I just want people to understand like how much I'm happy to be here because Lewis should really just be at my house right now watching UFC Fight Night, and instead, he's fixing boards and letting you watch. So he's got love for you, not as much love for me, but I have more love for him and y'all that I'm not watching UFC Fight Night with him. I don't know. I don't
You
know
have a
how.
VCR.
Ray Pay says they were literally watching a Rossman video when they got the notification.
20 milliamps. I did a little work on the wiki yesterday. I noticed. Thank you very much. There's a lot of changes. I have to add the ultrasonic section in soon. All right, so this is taking 20 volts, 20 milliamps, and what I was discussing with Marty were my recent few videos going over New York City real estate and what's going on in the city. And I think we agree more than we disagree on a number of different things as to what is going on with New York at the moment.
Yeah.
So I am looking at it from the point of view of most landlords still want their full rent, their $90 to $300 a square foot. Yet with the combination of people leaving from coronavirus, leaving because they're not allowed to open their business, or leaving just to go to places that are more peaceful in general, is probably not going to support as many people paying the rents that are here. And I'm kind of wondering, is it going to be an apocalyptic nightmare once there's no tax revenue for all the services that wind up employing a lot of the people that are here? Or is it going to and when all the businesses leave, or is it going to wind up being this renaissance where all of the people that, live an hour and a half away from their job, because how dare someone that works 70 hours a week be able to afford to live somewhere in Manhattan, can actually afford to live in the communities they work in? And I'm not really sure which way it's going to go, and I can't pretend I know. But one thing I think I'm pretty sure of is that the next six to like 14 months are going to be a complete nightmare as everything adjusts, because I don't think everything's going to adjust all at the same time. I don't think it's going to be like housing becomes cheaper as a result of a lot of people moving out immediately, or that a lot of things recover quickly.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a zero sum game. I don't think that one way is going to necessarily be more than the other. I think that with any kind of uh, a in between adjustment period, I think you're going to see that there are going to be some hidden detriments and there are going to be some hidden benefits to change in the city. So, one of the things that we discussed earlier today is the fact that we have all of these people crying about how New York is dead and oh my God, 500,000 people left. Well, we live on we live on a postage stamp and we've crammed pretty much 9 million people onto a postage stamp. So if we lose 10% of our population, we're still wildly overcrowded. So, you know, we have this expectation that, you're going to see tumbleweeds, rolling by, but I don't really know that that's going to be the case. If you look at how real estate is changing in the city for residential, because, in your latest video, you talked a lot about the commercial real estate, but then the residential real estate is looking a little bit different. Is looking like prices are falling. You're not going to be able to get a 3 bedroom for $400, in West End or in the Upper East Side. It's not dropping to that level. It's dropping to something that is approaching somewhat reasonable for a millionaire. So it's, things haven't like necessarily fallen off the cliff. It's just falling to something closer to reasonable. So I think that, and remember, it's falling closer to reasonable at a time when we're still going through lockout. So we're pretty much at the worst point that you can be in the situation. A lot of the shell shock is over. People have fallen into despair. We have all of these restrictions. There's no movies. There are no restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. This is about probably the worst. The most wealthy people have left, but none of them are saying we're not coming back. They just have, Cuomo basically, on bended knee with his tail tucked between his legs, begging them. Like, they don't need to come back now. There's nothing for them to come back to. So I don't really think that right now, while we're in the thick of the emergency, I don't think that it is necessarily wise to call it one way or the other, whether, the purge is about to commence in 6 hours or that there's going to be some, weird utopia. Is probably going to be somewhere in the middle because human beings don't deal with change very well.
That we both agree with. Human beings do not deal with change very well. I think that you're right. There's so many people here that even if 10% of them just kind of left, would it make the biggest difference? But I see why Cuomo is on the bended knee because he's probably more looking at the spreadsheets than the ideologies, and he's thinking how, like, what am I going to do?
How
Because
am I
I
going to
think there's
make
going
the
to be
budget? Because we're
he
going to
has
have a huge shortfall.
the thing is, he has to piss people off, but who does he piss off? Does he piss off, like, who do you piss off first, even? Do you piss off teachers? Do you piss off police? Do you piss off the garbage people? Do you piss
I
off
think he
the
pissed them all
museums?
off at the same time.
Do you piss off the people who are going to be riding on roads that are, well, wait, never mind, we're already there. You piss off the people
Yeah.
that are riding through potholes? Do you piss off the people that are on government assistance? Like, there's really, when there's that much of a budget, usually they say budgets show you your priorities. What do you prioritize is what do you spend your money on. What you spend your money on is what you prioritize. Yet here, if there's not going to be money to spend on anything, it's not even a question of priorities. It's just a question of who do you want at your gate, ready to break it down first.
But I don't even think that that's the question at this point because when you look at how fucked up the situation is, where all avenues of the economy have just completely ground to a halt, you're getting the you're gonna have to deal with everybody all at once. I want to address a jock. I'm not saying it was a jock Jakarta Brad or I'm not I don't want to mispronounce anything, but his question is, what would your reaction be if someone relevant comes out and tells us that all this was a sham And how do you think the majority of the world will take it? Well, I've asked this question about the towers falling on September 11th. It's always been my contention that our own government knocked down those buildings. And I believe that, um, you're going to see a lot of weird shit happen. In fact, we already have kind of like a case study of what that would look like. So if you go back to the Nixon era where they wage war against black people and anti-war peace protesters, they did a lot of illegal, fucked up shit. And one of the things that they did was they introduced crack cocaine into poor neighborhoods, and they worked hard to criminalize marijuana usage in the minds of people who, I guess, were pro-war. So they saw that a lot of people were anti-war were also marijuana smokers, and crack cocaine, since it's very cheap, it gives a very intense high and is very cheap to produce and to purchase. You can demonize black people by putting crack cocaine there. That was one of the things that his senior cabinet members have over the past few years admitted that they did. And that was 50 years ago. So a lot of this stuff becomes declassified long after the people who are responsible for it will ever pay for what they've done. So it has always been my contention that we're going to find out a lot of ugly, nasty shit about 1994 when they tried to bomb the towers from the bottom, from the basement, and it failed. I think that we're going to see some weird declassified shit coming out of 2001. And by the time that all of this stuff comes out, everybody who was responsible will have long been dead. So this is going to be so far in the history books that people are going to say, wow, that was a tragedy, that's fucked up. And then they're going to forget history and then repeat it again. So that's the way that I see it. If this is all some kind of bullshit scam designed to make Jeff Bezos the world's first trillionaire, I just think that by the time that all of this shit actually comes out, I mean, what are you going to do about it? There's going to be nothing that can be done about it.
I don't think that it was someone thing that would come out and say all of what you've seen over the past few months is fake. And I think that what we liken to a great grand conspiracy honestly assumes that most people are smarter than they are. It's really just groups of people that may have aligning interests that just so happen to all converge at the same point in time.
Absolutely.
I don't think that everything that's going on right now is a scam so much as just really, really bad, just poor mismanagement of a situation and people that really are trying to make the best. Firstly, you have groups of people that have ridiculously biased political interests. So, for instance, if you're someone who's deciding whether or not people go back to work, and you don't really have to worry about how your salary is paid or the people that you work with, but you have to worry about whether or not people are going to see you as a compassionate person, and there's a media that's always going to point every single time there is one death or two deaths or five deaths outside of after you reopen, you have a perverse incentive to have people stay closed forever. And if you're someone who runs a business and you're looking at losing your entire livelihood while you're paying a ridiculous amount of money to stay open, you have a perverse incentive to make sure that everybody gets back to work immediately, regardless of safety in any way, shape, or form. And you have these two colliding interests, and each of those colliding interests are going to pretend that they have a different reason for being interested in that. It's not going to be. They're not going to say we really, really want to make money off of, let's say, a war being started. They're going to say, man, we really, really care about the people that don't have freedom, and that kind of thing. And
Absolutely.
I think that's so. It's groups of people that have interests that also happen to arrive at a particular point. Like, I don't believe that when Cuomo says if we save even one life, all of this is worth it. I want to knock him in the face every time he says that, because nobody in society makes decisions based that way. We don't make decisions that way. Like, we would not drive if we made decisions that way. Nobody would do anything, because there's a lot of ways you could save one life at the expense of productivity and everything else. But like, it's one of those things that's said because it sounds good. And if you say, well, I don't care about that one life, then you're an asshole. And it's easy to corner people that way. And I don't like that. At the same time, I don't like when you see people just who are so bought into a particular idea of how of the politicians that they like, or dislike that they're kind of willing to believe that, oh yeah, there's no virus. This shit was all made up by someone just to make the president look bad. Like that kind of pisses me off as well, because you have to ignore the people that have gotten it, that have died, or that there's a lot of stuff that you have to toss under the table
Yeah, and
to
I think that's one of the
say that.
things that really upsets me, because I have a former partner who got the virus, and she was pretty certain that she had a chance of not making it, and so that was, there are people that I know personally who have been affected by the virus, and so when people say that it's fake, I even have relatives that are pushing out, oh, this is all fake. The thing is, we just were not prepared for, we have this huge globalization push, and we didn't look at the fact that we might get something like the bubonic plague, or the Black Death, or the Spanish flu, or insert country flu. I think, again, you've heard that thought process. You've heard that old adage that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it.
Hmm.
And I think that we've repeated history because we've forgotten history, and um, it just feels like we're making the same stupid ass mistakes that other people already made. That's already well documented. That's another thing that pisses me off too. Preza. The thing is, Rossman, he doesn't. Lewis doesn't necessarily disagree with you. What he's saying is that you have two different. Sets of people in two different situations who have the incentive to push one agenda or the other. Some people may want to push quarantine forever. People might want to, push the, if he dies, he dies. He's not necessarily saying that he agrees with it. He's just saying that the situation may incentivize certain people with opposite interests to take opposite sides of the same situation. Whereas if neither one had any skin in the game, they would approach the situation differently.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that there's a really messed up incentive structure for how to proceed in any situation. And when I heard him first say, if we save even one life, then everything is worth it. Again, like I'm not trying to be a violent person, but the urge is there to just want to clock him in the face, because that
Right.
is such a pandering thing to say, because you don't make any decisions like that ever in any area of public policy or in your own personal life. So fuck you for trying to seem like someone who cares that much when you don't.
Absolutely.
And like, and someone who actually works here, I'm not gonna say who. His father works at an organization where they make they make the bottles that Snapple is put into, and like they the machines that make the bottles and bottle all the Snapple and all those kind of associated drinks that are made by that company. And his father wanted to wear a mask to work. And they were not allowing people to wear anything. You couldn't wear an N95. You couldn't wear a piece of cloth. You were not allowed to. And
Mm.
I think the reasoning behind it was they didn't want people to think there was a serious problem. But some people got sick and several died. And it's like,
Mhm.
listen, what does it hurt you as the employer if your employee says, I want to wear this? Or if they decide amongst themselves that they want to wear, like, how does that hurt you? Like,
Even
because this isn't
even
even
when you
public
talk about
facing people.
even if you talk about the concept of a mask itself, because a lot of people have a false perception that if you wear a mask that you are going to be protected from getting sick, but that's not the actual purpose of the mask. The purpose of the mask is the wearer is conscious that they may get someone else sick, and they want to prevent transmitting it to somebody else in case they end up infected by the virus. So if you go into a business like that, and they're telling you that they don't want you to wear a mask, they're telling you, I don't give a fuck if you care about my right to live and my right to be healthy. I want to believe that this is not real, which is, I mean, you would think that is self serving, but the only person that is served by not wearing the mask is the person that doesn't have to wear the mask, because If they're already infected, they're already infected. The only reason why they're wearing it is to protect you. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Yeah, like many can take a loss and still have made money since they bought, like you said, specific New York City. Some is dark, some is for dark money. Some will never sell the rent below their part. Huh. Yeah, I think that there really is a medium to be had there, and I've tried to have that medium where it's like, I tell people if you are concerned about this or you live with immunocompromised people, don't come into work. We'll find a way to pay you. At the same time, if everybody does this indefinitely, I think this
Don't
is the
tell me
short
that's
that
your
I burned up.
YouTube chat.
Huh?
Don't tell me you read that comment off the YouTube chat.
I read that off of, I think, a paid donation.
Oh, I'm not seeing that in Twitch.
Oh, I have to come up with a more structured way to do these in the future with shared chats. The idea, like, I've tried to have this middle ground where where I tell people if you're immunocompromised, we'll try to find a way to pay you without you coming to work at this period of time. But at the same time, if everybody takes this and doesn't want to come to work, then there is no business. So what do you all propose that we do? And I just kind of tried to, like, it probably sounds like weasel words the way I'm phrasing it in my head, and that's probably because I'm not a great public speaker. I kind of tried to make it everybody else's problem so that they would be invested in trying to come up with a solution. Because rather than just come out and be the dictator and say everybody's coming to work or you're all fired, what do you think we should do? Because it really is everybody's problem here. Because I don't have a magical money tree that's going to pay every employee for the next 4 or 5 months if that's what this lasts. So, like, what do you think we should do? And having it, separating the front of the store a little bit worked. Separating it so when people walk in, they're not directly, close to us. Gigantic air filter, mask for everybody, cleaning stuff with alcohol, and if you live with people who are elderly or are immunocompromised yourself, just stay the fuck home.
Well,
and some of us will do extra work.
Built Fire says it's because the employer has to pay for the mask, but that's not even the scenario that we're talking about. We're talking about employers telling people that have masks do not wear them when they come in.
Yeah, that's a different situation altogether.
They already have.
Yeah, so in the situation that I was talking about, these were employees bringing their own face coverings that they paid for on their own time, and the company saying do not do that. And the second thing is if you're buying N95s, that's different. Good luck finding them anywhere, by the way. If you're buying the cheap ass shit that I usually have on during the day, like for a staff of 14 people, I'm looking at like $2 or $3 a day. I mean, that's really fucking cheap in contrast to closing because everybody gets sick. Because you have to understand
Scrooge McDuck, that's $2 or $3 is a lot of fucking money to give away.
No, but I mean the risk. Even if you're a ridiculously greedy business owner, the risk to reward of just paying the dollar, if even a dollar per employee per day, is genuinely nothing in contrast to your business being forced to close. And if you are greedy, even if you are some Scrooge McDuck, well, you want your business to stay open. Like, if your competitor is an idiot and they don't focus on this, then your competitor is going to close because all of his employees will get sick, which means you now have double the business if your employees don't. So if there is a pandemic, don't you want your employees to not be the ones that get sick? Don't you want to mitigate measures so that your staff and your employees can, let's say, pick up all the business that comes from the Apple Store when they close all over the country? I mean, it has to be a ridiculously short-sighted greed. It's not even like, even if you had some long-term evil corporate greed, that wouldn't do this. There have to be some stupid, stubborn, short-sighted greed to not take this type of action. And also, someone is asking if you are a real doctor. He is a doctor of evil genius, and that's
exactly. I'm a doctor of evil. Man. But yeah.
I burned my short up.
When I think of like the short-sightedness, and you look at Congress or the House of, I don't know, these fucking bodies that they have of people who, these bodies of people that are supposed to make decisions, right? We talk about things being short-sighted. Like, I get the whole thing that, you can't continue to lower the value of the US dollar with constant stimulus. But by them not coming to a deal at all, it's like, well, this money we're not paying out. But then the economy then grinds to a halt when retail spending in the country immediately drops 44% after them not passing any kind of relief for small businesses, municipalities, individual workers, etc. So, they're like, hey, but the stock market is going up. Like, that's really all we need, right? But
Crystal
no.
Ball describes the stock market very well as she says the stock market is a line graph of rich people's emotions. I kind of like that.
Well, built to fire. I'm gonna address this because this kind of like hindsight is 2020 stuff. That mindset annoys me. They say, I don't want to sound like a dick. Well, normally when you preface something by "I don't want to sound like a dick," something tells me that that you're about to sound like a dick. But I digress. But as many subscribers said, you don't need a storefront in New York. You could have organized a remote repair shop. So now the COVID is pushing you to reconsider. Well, who knew that a virus was going to shut the world down last September, October, November, December? Nobody. Even when China was trying to cover it up by arresting the doctors that first noticed that this respiratory illness was killing people at a higher rate than the normal flu, nobody knew that that was going to happen to us in New York City, in the United States, right? So again, we don't have a crystal ball. So you can only make decisions based upon the information that you have today, not the information that you will have 8 months afterwards. So, let's try to be intellectually honest. He may not have needed a new New York storefront. He could have just taken in mail-in repair, but at the time he was still getting somewhere between 40 and 60% of his business on walk-ins.
Yeah, it was over
So
65% back then was walk-in, like 65, 70% about. So to leave at that point in time would have been business suicide. I would have been getting rid of all the people who were good, not really migrating in a slow fashion where I could find people who were good to replace the people who were here, and also throwing away 70% of my business.
yeah.
Like, now where were we before that started?
We were talking about short-sightedness,
Oh yeah,
economic short-sightedness.
and as you were talking about short-sightedness, my short came back. You piece of seven.
I see what you did there.
It really.
I'm not saying this is the same thing,
Well,
but as an example, the factory I used to work in made safety glasses mandatory. So they got us the cheapest ones they could. This gave many of us headaches. So we got our own, but the factory would not let us use them or bring them in because of, I don't know. I've never understood that mindset. If somebody is willing to comply, then let them comply in a way that doesn't make their fucking lives miserable. And the thing is, there are differences in the quality of safety glasses. I forget the name of this YouTube channel. Project Farm. Do you know Project Farm?
never heard of it.
This dude is like really fucking cool. He's like this guy that runs this farm in Podunk Town, and he basically has a YouTube channel where he compares all different kinds of DIY products that a normal consumer could ever use. So a lot of this shit I don't know anything about, but I just like watching the comparison videos. He did a video on safety glasses, and he had like this whole scientific method set up designed to let you know what safety glasses were better than the other ones, under which conditions. Even some that would break if they were hit by some kind of small projectile. Some would fog up, and he would basically let you know out of all these different products, I've devised all these different tests to rate all these different products to let you know which one gives you the best bang for your buck. So when it comes to Supper Slash understands, Tice is right, he got that. There is a difference between protective eyewear and whether or not it's going to be either useful or even effective in protecting your eyes. So if you brought in something that was more effective, and they're trying to prohibit you from using it, that's so ultra stupid, because if you end up losing an eye and suing them, they're gonna lose the lawsuit because you brought in something that actually worked, they took it away from you, and then you were injured. I don't know. It's just
it's very short-sighted and it's pretty stupid. And one thing you touched on that I think is worth mentioning is when you were talking about, by the way, my board started working as you started your rant, so I'll credit
I'm a
you with
ranter.
that. Yes, so
I like to rant.
I burned out my short. Beautiful. I should probably replace the cap. But is what you said where the stimulus talks and all of this is being held up. The moment that I saw that a lockdown was actually initiated, and they said, well, we're going to see what happens from the state, city, state, and then federal governments regarding helping people who are in lockdown. I knew at that point that even if the order did not include me as an essential business, if I had to be here by myself working, I'd find a way to make it work, even if nobody was showing up. Because I am not waiting for Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer to get along. I'm not basing whether or not 13 years of what I worked for is going down the tubes because while I'm waiting for Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell to get along. Because all the issues that they're arguing about right now, which is your budgets are inflated, we're not bailing you out, where they say, well, we pay more federal taxes than we get in federal aid. And they say, yeah, but we have more, government services or FBI and military base. It's not all just welfare. Yeah, but you have too high unions and all that. All of this talk that they have, this is shit that has been going on for decades. It's not like the arguments that they're having right now are not arguments that came up because of coronavirus. These back and forth, this back and forth shit has been going on for decades, and I'm not waiting for that to be settled. I'm not waiting for this dust to settle on whether they're getting along, on whether my livelihood is still going to be there. Because at the end of the day, what I saw from that, and just because I did wind up getting PPP at the end, I don't really even take that as a win for myself, because many people that I know in the industry did not get it. And the process was so convoluted that I realized that me getting that was a sheer random choice. Like, where was my application in this pile of shit? New York City prices won't go down, forget about it. Down, target, foreign. Why is the text under the... Yeah, target foreign buyers next. Yeah. I'm not waiting on them to get along to figure out if my livelihood is still going to exist. And I knew that this was going to happen from the very beginning. Like, there was going to be all this arguing back and forth. And a lot of these programs that ran out, that never got refilled, people are still waiting on them 3, 4, 5 months later. I don't consider it a win simply because my application got picked in whatever lottery was in there.
Right. Because you know that if the whole environment surrounding you is not healthy, you getting any kind of help in the interim only props you up but for so long. But if everything still falls down around you, then you don't have a business anyway.
Yeah, one of the things I think I told you yesterday is I think we're in stage 4 of reopening here, but I don't believe a stage 5 is even written down.
Your memory is horrible. We had that conversation today.
My memory is horrible. I can't count too. He's one of the few people that knows the secret about me. I'm capable of counting. But so I realized that if, let's say that you actually did what you were supposed to do. Let's say that you actually got accepted by the PPP thing and you did what you were supposed to do and you got 8 or 10 weeks of your payroll covered. We're 5 months into lockdown. Like, what good does that do you? So let's say you actually did what you were supposed to do. You paid your staff for that 8 or 10 weeks rather than firing them all.
It's a stay of execution.
It's a stay of execution, really, and it's a poor stay of execution. Yeah. And there are people who have told me, and I can't believe you didn't close. I can't believe you didn't think of it. You piece of shit, blah blah, greedy, whatever. I'll find a way to live with myself, but I will find a way to live with myself through your words. But I'm not going. But most people are not gonna, even if they did all the right things. That's the thing that's so fucked up about the way everything worked. It's so uncoordinated. You have city governments doing certain things. You have state governments doing other things. You have federal government. It's not one unified action. It's not one unified action of this is a lockdown, this is a stimulus. For this lockdown, you're going to get this stimulus. It doesn't work like that. It's okay. This lockdown, and that's the scale. And the thing is, the hard part about the United States is you really can't have that kind of coordinated response because South Dakota,
50 different states.
South Dakota. I was telling him this today. We have South Dakota is like this big on the map. Here, and you have 800,000 people. Let's just look. I'll just bring it up on the map if I. Yeah, so. Yeah, I'm gonna
Different
bring this
places
up on
have
Google
different
Maps.
circumstances. But the thing is, one of the things that we've seen Player Zero One, or should I say Ready Player Zero One, um, that these different places that have different circumstances, we're starting to see that those different circumstances are now all becoming the same circumstances. So
Like you
everybody
have
in Texas and Florida was like, haha, that's happening in them liberal states, New York and California. And then the Rona came to them. So they ended up having to peel back their reopenings, just like New York had to, just like California had to. And now, the red states are suffering the same as the blue states, depending on not on your political ideology, because the virus doesn't give a fuck whether you rock the blue bandana or the red bandana. They don't care if you're blood or crip. They only care that they need people to infect. So it started out in the densely populated areas on either coast where all the airplanes fly from, and then it just spreads out. So that's one of the things, one of the painful lessons that I feel most people will not end up learning in all of this, because everybody made this a partisan issue when the virus doesn't give a fuck who you vote for, who you worship, who your heroes are, how much money you have. The virus doesn't care.
the issue with having a unified response is you have this has 800 or 1 million people. This little dot that's 10% the size of my mouse over here has 2.3 million people. The one thing that I would suggest is that the people who have the more red political ideology are not the ones choosing to live in ultra crowded areas where you're more likely to get a virus. They're the people that like look at my videos when I'm on a bike and go, I would never live in that city. Fuck that. So there is a temperamental basis as to who is more likely to get infected. You're more likely to get infected in Brooklyn, New York than you are in Custer, South Dakota. And the
Right.
people in Custer, South Dakota are more likely to vote red. But is it that they're more likely to vote red because they live there, or do they live there because people who vote red tend to want to be a little bit more spread out rather than be in this ultra concentrated area?
But I mean, if you look at Florida and Texas, they're pretty densely populated in areas too, and they still vote red. I mean, a lot of people feel like Texas is a purple state, but it is definitely more red than, California. I mean, if you look at Joe Rogan is leaving California to go to Texas. You have so many California expats. Where are they going? A lot of them are going to Texas. So they believe that they're more there's more freedom there. But the thing is that if you end up in the intensive care unit with on a ventilator, I don't really think that you care when you're suffering in, you can't breathe and they're trying to keep your lungs working, when your body's trying to shut down. At that point, you don't give a fuck who's being voted for.
That is pretty true. I am not at the same time. Does it ever bother you
Yeah,
when
LT.
Cuomo releases a book on how well he did and how well he handled New York City while he's still like number one by a large margin?
Repeat that one more time.
When Cuomo comes out and talks about how much better he's handling things than everybody else, to the point
Mhm.
where he's creating murals and books and shit about it, while he's still number one in deaths by a large margin,
In
like
debts?
in deaths.
Oh, um, I get both sides of that, because again, like, he's pointing the finger at Trump, which I hate it. The thing is, I'm not a Trump fan. I want to make that very, very clear. If anybody's watched my podcast, um, I'm not a Donald Trump fan. However, it really irks the shit out of me when people blame Donald Trump. I mean, he's done some dumb things when it comes to the Rona. I want to get that out there. But a lot of people from the very beginning were blaming Trump for the virus. And it's like, you do understand that he is not a virologist. He is not an epidemiologist. He is not an expert in anything except conning people. He is an expert at stealing money. He is not an expert in, in infection rates, in ways that people are infected. Um, he's not the end all be all. It's almost like we're asking him to be the surgeon and the doctor and the public health advocate. He's
Manhattan real estate agent. Just
right. I
Manhattan
mean,
real estate
I was
person.
gonna say
It all fits under that.
he's a reality television star. I was gonna say that. You know,
Yeah,
like to expect him to do everything perfectly with a virus that the world has never seen before. There's a reason why it was called novel coronavirus. It was a previously uh, unseen virus in any community, even with the experts. So expecting that he was going to do everything perfectly the very first time out makes you the more of an idiot than him.
I don't
But you
expect
can
that he
also
would have done. I
But you
don't
can
expect.
also say too that like he's the one that shut down the what is it, the epidemic response team, after Obama created it. He shut it down and defunded it and did all of that, and then he told people they don't have to wear a mask, and then he told people to shove lights up their ass and to mainline bleach or Tide with bleach alternative. I mean, I know he did and said a lot of dumb shit. I understand that, but to
Maybe
blame
he
him
just.
for everything is ridiculous.
Maybe he is just a really edgy 4chan kid because
Yeah.
drink bleach is something you read on there all the time. So the things I blame him for are, well, firstly, we had a department who was designed to predict this. USAID Predict. They literally were stationed around the world, and their job was, if there was an outbreak and the government was bullshitting about it, to really kind of get to the bottom of it. And they had that type of credibility with doctors down there because rather than just tattle on them and say this area is sick, they would actually try to get them help, get them medical supplies, get them information. So doctors, they had some authority with doctors over just bureaucrats, and that got shut down, I believe, October 2019. There's a good article on it. And the next, I think Alex Azar, who's a Republican, asked for $2 billion for help once Corona started getting real in 2020. And I think Trump gave him like $500 million. He's like, this is not a really big problem. That $1.5 billion that he could have given Alex when he asked for it,
Might
that
have
really would have
shut that whole
been
shit down, right?
that would have saved a lot of money in the beginning.
Right.
And like when you start to realize that even in March and April,
on paper, what pandemic did Obama have to handle? There was none. What are you talking about? I mean, there were a couple of epidemics in other countries during Obama's time, but there was nothing that actually there was nothing that went from epidemic to pandemic on planet Earth during Obama's time in office. We had the Ebola virus epidemic, but that was in Africa. There was no pandemic to deal with. So I don't understand. Yeah, the swine flu thing H1N1 was more of a meme than an actual. It never rose to pandemic status. Like, look at the definition of pandemic and look at the definition of epidemic. We didn't even reach epidemic proportions here in the United States for H1N1. We didn't even reach that. Or maybe we might have barely like just tipped the scale, but it was very isolated, and most of it was in other countries. Again, Ebola was in Africa. It did not span the globe. Believe me, if Ebola ended up being a pandemic, I'm not sure that we're even having this conversation, because probably there are 110 people in the chat plus me and you. Let's say there's 112 people. Like 70 of us would be dead. I don't know which 70.
Ebola is scarier than Corona.
Yeah, like if Ebola actually went to pandemic proportions, most of us right now be dead.
Ebola is much scarier than Corona, by far.
Yeah, and then you had like certain tribes in Africa which like to exhume the bodies of their loved ones and then like dance with them as like a ritual. Like that is the exact thing you should not do with a body that used to house a human being that caught Ebola.
That's not something I would do in general, even if you didn't catch Ebola. But it's not because we're not good friends.
Yeah, what you said.
Ebola is too lethal to, yeah.
I think that if we actually had more people that were, if more people actually got it, and then people did the contact tracing, and because I remember that there was 2 people that actually made it stateside, and they were quarantined immediately at the airport. But it wasn't because it was some great coordinated response. It was somebody's got motherfucking Ebola, and I don't want to get that shit. Put that motherfucker in a bubble. They didn't put whole cities in a bubble. They just put 1 or 2 people in a bubble. I think they brought 2 people over in a medical transport. They already had that shit under control before the plane even took off. I think one of them landed in Texas. I forget where the second Ebola person ended. It might have been New York. They might have put him in a hospital in New York or some shit. But that shit never ever made it to pandemic status. Ebola stayed epidemic status
Yeah,
because it did not
Ebola
spread
never
around.
really got here, and this is part of what those organizations like Predict were just supposed to do, provide help to countries that have this issue. When I did the math on their budget, it came out to approximately 16 cents per taxpayer per year,
Mm.
which, like, hindsight being 2020, is really really fucking cheap. I mean,
People
that's
throw 16 cents at homeless people. Like they
you
throw
can't buy
like the penny,
Winterfresh with the amount of
nickel.
money
They throw
that.
the penny, the nickel, and the dime at their foreheads. 16 cents per person per year. Come on, son. Again, somebody said something about, Sirsta said, I feel that the U.S. should have closed air travel sooner. Again, I must remind you that what you're saying is not a bad thing. Let me just make that clear. But I must remind you of the 5 letters that act as a prefix to the word coronavirus. Novel, novel. It's easy to say after the fact that they should have done this, that, or the other thing. Novel coronavirus. Nobody knew that it was going to end up quite like this.
What I
But
blame him, I don't
you
blame him for not knowing everything because it is a new virus.
right,
What I would blame him for is not listening to the people that know more than him. And this is not something that's limited to coronavirus. It's just his personality in general. Like if
right,
Steve comes to me here and says, "I need the if we don't buy this tool, I'll still be able to make money now, but 3 to 6 months from now, when all these new drives start coming in, I'm not going to be able to. And it's going to take me 3 months to figure out how to use this tool. So if you want us to continue to be profitable, I need you to give me like $1,000 now to buy this card." And like, if
right,
he really comes to me and says, "This is seriously important," I will take what he has to say into consideration and not go like, I'll give you 25%. We don't need, or what is this predict shit? We don't need this.
right,
And I don't think that he does that. And I think that this is just kind of a personality trait
right.
where it
But I feel like Clay Freeman has the right idea. Novel would carry some weight if experts hadn't been warning the president for more than a month. But again, the United States voted for, even though Trump lost the election by 3 million votes, the popular vote, Trump won the election. We knew who we were getting from the beginning. This guy is an expert at absolutely nothing. He hired non experts for all members of his cabinet. We know that he does not listen to experts. We knew that already. So to expect him to just defer to people that actually knows what they're talking about, when we at the time that the Rona actually got here, we had 3 full years of him hiring people who were not qualified for their jobs and ignoring experts. We knew this already. We knew this about him already. So who are the real idiots? Him for being who he is and for telling us who he is, or us for expecting something different? All right, so I'm getting it very clear from the comments that people actually don't know who the fuck I am, Lewis. So I'm going to address it. I am Dr. Evil Genius, obviously. It says it in the
link in the
title.
chat to his
Right.
channel.
Um,
Link. There should be a link in the description down below.
I have a gaming channel where I mostly play Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. I stream on Facebook. I stream on YouTube. I stream on Twitch. On the Act.tv platform, I do a podcast with one of my really good friends called the Black Power Magic Hour. On episode 6, we had Lewis on as a guest on our show. But that's not even how I know Lewis. Some of you may know that that Lewis basically had a leg that he used as a kickstand for a long time because he refused to use the quadricep that he tore chasing an asshole food delivery bicyclist who blamed Lewis for being in the place that he was supposed to be. He ends up chasing the guy who throws the food at him, and he tears his quadriceps the in the pursuit of this asshole. So a funny story. When I met Lewis, I was working at this one particular gym that I'm not going to mention. And when I met Lewis, I was doing my own personal workout. I was a personal trainer at this one particular gym, but it was the middle of the afternoon, and that's usually when the gym is empty. So that's when all the trainers get their workouts in. So I was getting my workout in, and I saw somebody that looked like a Hispanic day laborer who didn't know how to speak English, fucking himself up on the deadlift. Now, I'm one of those people that believe that since I'm the person that has the CPR AED certification, if somebody fucks himself up, I'm the one with the first aid certification. That means I got to touch somebody. I don't like touching people. So my thing is, all right, I'm not here to sell training to everybody. I just don't want you to get hurt while I'm on the gym floor, because if you do, then I'm responsible. And then I got to put my mouth on yours if you stop breathing. And I don't want that. All right. Let's just, it's the Me Too era. All right. I'm not touching nobody for no reason. All right. It turns out the person that I was trying to assist actually could speak English. So I'm like, good. Are you cool with a little bit of coaching? Because you are about to fuck your shit up. So I took him through some stuff. He improved what he was doing, maybe 50 to 85% right from the cues that I gave him. And then he asked me what my rates were. And I'm thinking, he ain't going to buy because it costs $135 per session if you bought 10. And he's like, all right, cool. I'll hire you. I'm like, wait, what? All right. So I worked, start working at that gym. That gym started doing some illegal shit to steal money from us trainers. So I left and took the best clients that I had with me. We went elsewhere and we just worked and we grinded rep after rep, political argument after political argument. There would be some sessions that we would have where we would be talking about, racial issues, gender issues, economic issues, you name it, we argued it. Sometimes we would spend the entire hour arguing over shit. Sometimes we would be there for 2 or 3 hours, and I did not charge him extra. I did not charge him extra. And then we just kind of bonded over, love of technology, and love of just being aware, of what's going on. Also, we kind of bonded because I tried to hook him up with a chick they had a crush on. It turns out that her whole life was lived through the lens of a Beyonce song.
She wasn't happy when I told her that.
Yeah. Oh, that
She's
actually
really unhappy when I told her that.
I literally fell on the floor holding my rib cage when he told her that. That was the best thing that I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Oh my God.
So this is the funny. I'm gonna tell the story. I've never told this story before in full. So I'm on a. All right. So the end of 2018, I got featured in CBC News, and that video came out, and I got more views on that than I've ever gotten in my entire YouTube career in that 1 month. That were monetized, not with people that are just clicking ad block. And this is the month right after I had my store building had a fire, and everything in my basement, a good like $10,000 or $15,000 of quicks, got destroyed. Everything was ruined. And right after that, there was some very nice, kind.
Mr. Poolshot is a fucking idiot. I'm gonna read this fucking comment, okay? So you're a streamer that knows everything and blames the president for everything. Didn't I just finish fucking saying that you're not supposed to blame Donald Trump for everything? I believe I said that like 13 times.
You actually opened by saying that, but people on the internet don't listen. So
what? I mean, are you even fucking listening?
I laugh and I move on.
Like 13 times. I said Donald Trump is not a virologist. He's not an epidemiologist. You're talking about a virus nobody's ever seen before, and you want him to have the perfect response to a virus nobody ever seen before when he's not an expert? I do believe somebody in the chat, please, somebody in the chat, let me know if I didn't just lose my motherfucking mind. Because I do believe that I said it multiple fucking times that I don't blame the president for everything.
You're getting owned by a noob. So,
I just wanted to be clear. All right, because like, what? All right, so I just people who don't fucking listen annoy the shit out of me.
they're everywhere. Lewis's
Good.
chat seeks a reaction. Yes, very much so. Troll. So, I'm a bunch of people super chatted after my basement went on fire. And on this month, my YouTube monetization, because all these people did that, which was very unexpected, and I thank you very much, came out to something like $20,000 or $22,000. You combine the news piece,
I think it was 23 and change.
around there, $23,000. So from combine the CBC News piece with all the super chats, and my normal YouTube revenue of a few $1,000, if even, turned to $23,000. Now, he's saying one of my clients has a crush on you, and this woman's who's a trainer at the gym, who says like, what, him, like, like, he's short and I'm fit and and then like the person who is a receptionist, I think, at that gym, or the clerk, who actually knew me from YouTube, who watches my stuff, who knows who I was, who was a fan, is like, I can't believe you just said that about him. And then she like did some research. It's like, okay, fine, maybe I'll consider it. And I asked her out in front of a guy who I wasn't sure if it was the boyfriend or not. He's about like 275.
Wait. No, you're missing a part. You're missing a part of that story.
What?
Because the story actually starts with me. So let's backtrack 2 or 3 months before that actually happened, right? Lewis and I would play this game called Would or Wouldn't, right? And if a chick walks by in the gym and it's the thumbs up, we would say, okay, I would. Or if she was really hot, we would say, yeah, that's a fucking forest, right?
That's a forest of wood. Lots of wood.
Like, like no doubt, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like smash or pass, right? Like, it was kind of like that. So a lot of you guys who are not, experts on, kinesiologists, you may or may not know this concept, but I spent about a year teaching Lewis the concept of hip positioning and how, a neutral hip position looks like one thing. Well, this one chick wants the entire world to look at her ass because she had no titties, right? So what she does is she walks on an anterior pelvic tilt to make it look like she has a larger ass than what she had. Now, if we're being fair, the ass was plenty large, but because she also had little titties and no personality, she really had to accentuate that ass, right? So for whatever reason, Lewis was like really into her, and I'm kind of like, okay, I'm saying, if she would let me put it in her butt, maybe I would, but I was kind of like on the edge. Yeah, I'm not really sure, right? So 2 or 3 months later, I run into her by the reception desk, and I don't know what possessed me to do this, but I was like, oh, by the way, there is I was like, oh, I remember what happened. She matches with me on a dating app. She matches with me on Bumble. And the thing is, like, I didn't realize that it was the same person until I saw her at a certain angle. So she lets the timer expire. And then, so on a Sunday morning, I'm working with Lewis. And I kind of like reminded her, I was like, oh, yeah, you did try to match with me on this dating app. And then she tries to make me feel like she was somehow better than me. Oh, yeah, I just swipe right on everybody. Don't think you're special. I'm like, nobody said I was fucking special. So that was kind of strike one. But I was just kind of like, all right, whatever, right? So I see her at the front desk like the very next weekend. And I was just like, well, she's not into the whole poly thing. I'm non-monogamous. I have 2 partners at home already. One or both of them was probably watching the stream. I don't know. In the other room. But she was, talking about, oh yeah, I know what it is. That's not for me, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, all right, I'm out of the running. Even though I'm not all that interested in her, my chance to put it in her butt is completely gone, right? So so I was like, well, I know somebody who's actually single that, you know, would, you know, like to see what that booty do, right? So so I run into her at the front desk, and I look, I was like, oh yeah, I know somebody that is kind of interested in you. And she's like, who? She was mad thirsty. She was mad thirsty to know, all right, who is this, you know? And then I was just kind of like, she was like, I was just like, yeah, yeah, he's one of my clients. Oh, what does he look like? Because she was trying to think about, she was trying to think of all the clients that she's seen me with, and I was letting her know, and she was like, "Oh, the white guy," and I was just like, kind of. She was like, "Okay, yeah, but you know, he's kind of short." And I looked at her, and I'm like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" Because she's one of these type of chicks to, you know, throw her neck around and snap her fingers and talk about how horrible men are, but it's like, you have, like, you're being a fucking height Nazi. Like, all right, so if you're a woman that's looking for a good man, do you want a good man or do you want a tall man? Like, that shit kind of, I was like, what? I was like, what does his height have to do with the kind of person that he is? Yeah, you know, I guess you're right, because that was strike two for me. Like, she was like starting to become, like, she was getting uglier by the second for me. So just like, yo, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he's a cool ass dude. At least talk to the motherfucker, all right? She's like, yeah, you know, you're kind of right. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I let her know that, you know, he was going to be hitting her up. And then I talked to him, right? So I go, Lewis, so she's going to be expecting you to talk to her. So me and I think a few days later, me and Lewis are standing at the front desk about to check him in. She comes into the building, walks past him first to walk past me. And I'm looking at Lewis. Lewis looks at her. Lewis looks at me, says nothing. Absolutely nothing. She walks past the desk and down the stairs into the gym area. And I looked at him and I was like, pussy. He's like, what? What do you mean?
I was ordering a protein shake.
Like, you're a fucking pussy. I was like, you're a fucking pussy. He was like, I didn't see her. I was like, nigga, you just looked directly in her fucking face. Don't give me that fucking so he looks at me, and I look at him. I'm like, yo, you a fucking. I was like, air what? We could fight about it right here at the reception desk. And he goes, all right, bet. He shuts his mouth. He walks past me, walks down the stairs, and then I'm still at the front desk like, the fuck he gonna do, right? He goes downstairs, right? She's in a session with her trainer, who is like, I don't know, twice the size of me and Lewis put together, right? He walks up to her. He doesn't even know that this person's a trainer or boyfriend or nothing. He walks directly up to this guy who's like 7 times his size, and he's like, asks her out right there in front of his face. He went from pussy to gangster in like 3 seconds flat. I was so fucking proud.
This guy, he looks like he benches 3 plates for sets of 15 while yawning with one arm. And no, I said, you should come see the show. And she's something like, really? I'm like, yeah, you'll have fun. And then the guy looks at me, and then I like look at the guy, and then look back at her, and I'm like,
for the first date,
it's either gonna go well, or I'm gonna be dead. So I took her to I had tickets from this rewards program to, what was the show? The one that was done by the creators of South Park, Book of Mormon.
Now, I want you guys to understand. One of my female clients who was very attractive, not going to mention her name, right? She was referred to me by her fiance, her now fiance, right? Let's make that clear, right? I told her that Lewis took this chick on a first date to a Broadway show, and her response was, where is he? I want to date him. Let's make that clear. And let's talk about that conversation that you had with this woman before you even got to the show. No, it was her trainer. It turned out to be her trainer and not her boyfriend. Thank goodness, because we would have had to scrape Lewis off the ground with a spatula.
This is a bodybuilding gym with people that just spend 5 hours a day there getting jacked and another 5 hours at home injecting themselves with things that allow them to get more jacked. So like if I walk in there and I'm able to deadlift 365, I am the weakest person there, including most of the women. It's like the women there deadlift 405 for reps. So that would have been awful. So the first thing that we went on a date. Before we actually get to the show, it becomes a conversation about how I'm probably somewhat evil for being white. I had not seen Book of Mormon yet. I have not seen the show. I didn't know what it was about. We get to the show, and it's about a bunch of people that just start, I don't know how else to put it, they just start shitting on Africa and pretending it has AIDS. It's the people that made South Park put together a musical. And that was...
Hold on 1 second. Player01 says, well, you like her for her booty, but she can't dislike him for his height. Never said that. She
fair is fair.
Conversation. I had a conversation with her, and she was talking about how much, how difficult it was to find a good man. So that's why I came after her with the height. At the time, we didn't know that she had the personality of a Rice Krispie treat at that time, but we were willing to give her a fucking shot based off of something that we saw that we liked. We were not going to discriminate against her because of other things that weren't so good, that on the surface, and then deeper than the surface we found really wasn't good. Yeah, so I just want to make that clear. We're not saying that she can't like him, she can't dislike him because of his height. What we're saying is you can't complain about there being no good men and then disqualify every man in sight. You can only choose one. Pick one or the other. Yeah,
I know. I noticed what I noticed first, and I will live with the fact that the dates that I had were boring as a result of it. You get what you pay for lack of a better way to put it. That's an awful way to put it, actually, because I wasn't paying for a sec. But
so no doubt.
I would make an awful politician. So after this is done, we go someplace else for a second night out. And this was the month of the CBC News piece, where I'm getting millions of views, more than usual. So instead of my YouTube account, I log in 500 this month, 800 this month, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 this month. I log in and there's a sizable sum. In addition to that sum, since my basement had gone on fire, some people that probably had a lot better luck in the Bitcoin market than I did, and sold at the 19,000 mark or somewhere near there. I don't know who did it. They donated sizable amounts. And I wound up with a YouTube account that 1 month that made $23,000 fucking dollars. So I go to the bathroom and I think I was showing her a YouTube video on my phone. This is like 2 years ago, and I was also drinking somewhat, so I don't remember the entire evening. But I go to the bathroom. She was looking at something on my phone. I was showing her a video or something. And then when I get the phone back, I'm on the YouTube Analytics Studio screen, but I was in the YouTube app to show her a video. But now I'm in the YouTube Studio Analytics screen, and then before I looked at my phone to see I was there, she asked me, so what does YouTube, did they pay you to do videos? And I said, yes, it's a small percentage of my income, because usually it's $500 to maybe $1,500. And if I bring home $3,000 to $7,000 a month, $500 to $1,500 is a small percentage of my income. I hadn't actually checked the YouTube Studio app yet to see what I made that month yet. And I also didn't know that she saw it. So now I said that YouTube makes a small percentage of my income, and she's sitting there thinking, "Mother, this guy must make $500,000 a month." And I'm wondering to myself, like, the rest of the evening went so nicely. Why is she's so much nicer to me now than she was in the beginning? I don't understand. Wow. She's so fucking interested in me now. And then I wound up, I found her boring on the phone. I found her boring in person. She called my cat Bitchberry, which was a serious issue that wound up leading to me breaking up with her, I believe, 1 or 2 days later. But I just said, listen, I'm turning 31 years old next month. The woman that I'm going to be with is probably the woman I'm going to spend my life with. I know what I'm looking for at this point. I don't see a future with you, so I don't want to lead you on. And that's that. For 45 minutes, she's like, "Are you sure? Like, really? Like, wow, goddamn!" And she just wouldn't let it go for a good 45 minutes, and it was probably, and him and his girlfriend is why they're fucking laughing at me the entire way, because they know that I fucked myself. I absolutely, positively fucked myself, because she's thinking in her head, $23,000 is a small percentage of my monthly income. And like I couldn't have fucked myself more if I tried. Like that
Oh
entire
man.
situation, I could not have fucked myself harder if I tried.
And now
But
this
it's
is the
hysterical.
same chick. You go to dinner with this chick, the very first dinner, she's telling you how much she doesn't like white men and how they're the devil. Like,
Not like how she hates it, but she's just pouring it on in a way that I wouldn't expect it on the first date.
I mean,
Before we go to a musical directed by the people that made South Park talking about how Africa is full of AIDS. It's like you couldn't engineer a more fucked up evening if you tried.
oh my god! Like I was just, and for me, that was strike three, and from then on, I mean, she could have been Smeagol for all I knew or care. I was just like, but the thing is, like, I felt like I had to be somewhat personable since we're colleagues in the field, and we train our clients in the same building, and but man, I was just like, I just and the thing is, like, I'm not the world's biggest animal lover, but when I heard that she called, first I heard that his cat was trying to push her off the bed. That was number one.
Yeah, so Blackberry, usually she sits next to me on my pillow because she loves me and she's my berry. And Blackberry was actually leaning on her like this, and she was pushing. Like she was actually trying to push her off. Like, what are you doing here, lady? And like I thought this is absolutely hysterical that my kitty is saying, like get out of here. But the cat, like every time a cat has told me what I need to know about a woman and I don't listen to her, I wind up getting screwed every single time.
Yep. There was even one situation that Lewis told me about where she gets angry because he was not trying to fuck on her schedule.
It's really interesting when you meet people who have a certain personality and it actually, I don't know how to say this without making the audience sick. Like, fuck it. You know who you're subscribed to at this point. I can't get a boner for attractive women who have aggravating personalities. It's not possible. Like you think you want to, but then you actually can't do it. Like you physically can't bring yourself to do it. And yeah, that was one of those cases where like I genuinely couldn't do it. I just like it's not even like I don't even want to try. I really don't even want to try. It's like it's not even a hateful. Yeah, not even that. Yeah, that's the weird thing because I've dated people that have treated me poorly in the past, but I stayed in the relationship longer than I should have because I had the opportunity to do that.
And we
But
had
even that
lots
grows
of
old.
talks about that other chick, right? The one
Yeah.
before her. We had
Yes.
lots of talks about that.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more about that.
Yeah, more about that in a bit.
But personality, the ultimate birth control, says fantasy novel. Yes, indeed.
Yep. But this is one of those areas where Lewis and I are most alike because Lewis and I have very different views of the world because he has more of a cerebral approach to the world, and though my cerebral is very strong, my empathic spirit is a little bit stronger than my brain. So I understand him from the cerebral part, but from a soul perspective, I'm a little bit different than Lewis. So when it comes to dealing with women, this is where we are probably the most closely aligned, where it would be easy for a lot of guys to say, well, if you had a chance to fuck, well, at least you smashed, right? But the thing is that I feel like us men, we don't have a high enough standard for dealing with women. We don't hold women to a high enough standard. And it's weird because women hold us men to a high standard, but we very frequently don't live up to those standards. But when we raise the bar for women, they tend to step up and meet the bar. But a lot of us guys are just like, hey, I see that you got some nice titties and ass. As long as I smash, I'm happy. But then you see that their lives suck because then they got to deal with what comes with the sex with that woman. So for us, it's kind of like, well, other women can also provide sexual pleasure without all of the irritation and all the dumb shit. So we'd rather stay. We'd rather be patient and find people that fit us better, and then indulge, than just trying to fuck everything that we see and then deal with all the problems that come from fucking everybody that we see. So a lot of people look at things and say, well, Erica is so good for Lewis. But the thing is, if he was so wrapped up in trying to put his meat in her buns, that other chick's buns, then maybe he doesn't meet Erica on the schedule that he was supposed to meet Erica on, right? People look at me and they say, well, you have two wives and you've got no problems with either one of them. How is that possible? When I've got problems and I only deal with one woman. Well, let's talk about how you choose your women. Let's talk about the standards that you hold yourself to when you deal with women and the standards that you hold the women to when you deal with those women. And if all your standards say is that you have to have nice skin, pretty face, big titties, and fat ass, or whatever it is that you think is physically attractive, do not get upset when depth of character and morality and empathic nature or whatever it is that you think also should go with the package that you didn't actually require when you met her. Don't get upset when you don't get it. So some of us would rather just kind of wait until we get what fits us and then pull the trigger instead of just busting our guns at every target that we see.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I think everybody who's young, even experiences at some point in their life, if they're not a virgin, is the feeling when they've had sex with someone that they really they realize right after it's done, they have this moment where it's like, fuck, you're still here. Where you realize that your brain was convincing you that you like this person when you actually don't, because it was your dick masquerading as your brain. And then you realize, oh, I'm stuck next to you. I can't ask you to go home. It's like 1 a.m. Oh yeah, I can't ask you to take a cab at this hour. Fuck, you're still here.
Yeah,
and like once you have that feeling,
Black widow spiders eat their copulation partners.
Yeah, the praying mantis, like, the dude's head gets eaten but he still wants to have sex. But I think people have that experience when they're young, where you wind up banging someone who you realize after the fact, like once you have that realization after the fact of, wow, I'm still with this person, but I don't want to be with this person. What the fuck did I do?
Now we're talking about a chick before Erica, Z300.
Yeah, this is a chick long before Erica.
Long before Erica.
Where it's really becomes a what
Two people said post nut clarity.
No, you start. No, now you know what it's like next time.
We have the pre-nut clarity.
Yes, pre-nut clarity.
I want to read the story that you don't see in the chat. This is from Supper Slash. Women need to find a lane and stay in it. He's at a steakhouse. My salt shaker was empty. I got up and walked to the bar to grab a salt shaker that is there with 20 plus salt shakers. A woman sitting 4 feet away goes off on me. Don't be creeping on me. I wouldn't go home with you if you was hung. Blah, blah, blah. I turn and walk back to my table with my steak and sit down. She comes to my table and just keeps going off. So you think you're too good for me? I think you meant to say you think I'm not good enough for you, blah blah. She finally stops talking, and I simply say I just needed some salt.
Yeah, that's annoying. So it's like it's hard to get, combined with don't be a pervert, combined with like I don't even want to figure out what the game is anymore. I just don't want to play it.
Yeah, like fuck out of here with that. Like, and the thing is, I'm one of those guys that, because the thing is, when I mention this, because I really want you guys to take a good look at Lewis's face when I start talking about this one particular person. Okay.
Oh God.
There's a particular person that goes to our gym that actually does look like the Eastern European version of Smeagol. Dead fucking serious. Right? Right? Like, this chick goes to the gym with her husband. I found out after. She goes, every time she's there with her husband. All right? Who is trying so hard to look like Adonis. I swear to fucking God. Like, he takes steroids to become a Greek god. Right? She's there with him every time. This chick comes to the gym and bends over in front of us every chance she gets because we don't pay her any fucking mind whatsoever. In fact, Lewis started making a joke, right? That part of why he was paying me, part of my duties as his trainer is to stand in between him and eyesight of her because she made him sick.
I understand. I don't understand why someone would look at me, walk
Is
up
this
to
still
around
live?
where I am, and then stand and then bend over right in front of my face in that obvious a fashion over and over again. That's incredibly annoying. Speaking of annoying, do you guys see what someone did to this board before I touched it? Look at this. This capacitor has solder shorting over the top of it. This is shorting to that pad. This resistor is not where it's supposed to be. What the fuck did
It
you
looks like a
do?
war zone.
Yeah, but that I think that Dr. Evil Genius and I both have the same aggravation with people who are very, very obviously looking for attention. And it makes us both not want to give you attention based on principle alone, because it's very annoying to be around people who are constantly demanding that you look at them, stare at them, pay attention to me, look at me, do this for me. I don't want to give you any attention. I want to go out of my way to avoid giving you attention if this is the way that you act.
Yep. And you know, the thing is that I always, my question is, if you're parading around your appearance, what else do you have to offer the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, Supper Slash. Like, if you don't have anything else besides looks, then you won't even get a first look from me.
See you later, Tarman. Yeah,
is that the appropriate amount of flux?
that is not enough, but I'm getting back into the game after taking some time off. But yeah, we both have a very strong disdain for people in general that are very obviously looking for attention and looking for people to notice them. Whether it's people at the gym that are putting on weights that they very, very clearly cannot lift and will destroy themselves if they do, so that people will look at them or whether it's people like bending over in front of you because they want people to see. It's all incredibly, incredibly annoying.
Yeah, and you know, for me, you got to have a whole lot more going on. Like, you know, when there was a gym that I worked at where my mentor, he would always get irritated with me because I didn't have a lot of clients, but all of my clients were like really high quality clients. And he would always say to me that, you know, it is not just good enough to only work with people I like. But in the end, I always hit my quotas for the month with a half to a third of the clientele as other trainers. And for me, I don't get any joy from working with people that, like, your money is not enough for me. Like, we have to actually be on a certain kind of wavelength where I have to feel like you're a decent human being that I would want to be family in order for me to work with you in such a personal, because the work that I do is very personal. So if I don't respect you, if I don't like you, then I don't give a fuck how much money you're paying. Kick rocks. So
I've had that issue with students. I can't work with students that I don't like. It's because when you're teaching, and I think that being a personal trainer in many aspects is teaching.
Absolutely.
You're trying to improve somebody else for the better.
You're pretty.
And it's very difficult to justify improving someone else for the better when you intensely dislike them or you don't respect them. So like when I've had people show up that talk about how once they get a better training regimen in, they're going to start paying all the people less, or they're going to cut the pay of everybody because they won't need them as much at their store. I don't really care if you're successful anymore, and it actually makes me a shittier teacher, which probably makes me a less professional teacher. But when I was doing the in-person classes on board repair, I noticed that if I don't like you as a human being, that you get a considerably shittier standard. And at some point, I started just refunding people and asking them to go, because I noticed that I was giving them a very low standard of training.
I'm going to call this guy Blueberry.
Who's
the useless
Blueberry?
teammate. Yeah, so in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, when you look at the mini-map, the party that you come into the match with, the arrows are in green. And the people that you are not in your party, but they auto-populate onto your team, their arrows are in blue. And so since I'm an above-average player, usually the algorithm puts the very worst players in the lobby on my team. So we call them blueberries. The blueberries, because the arrows are in blue, they are the useless teammates. So I look at your name and I'm like, yeah, so your name is Blueberry. Yeah, insecurity is a real problem in society. You'll find a lot of that in places like gyms, clubs, bars, and other social gathering places. But you know what? We've gotten to a place in society where those are not the only places that you'll see them. You'll see them in school. You'll see them in your places of employment. You'll see it at the grocery store. You'll see it at the stoplight. You really, literally will see it everywhere now. There are people who are getting plastic surgery is actually up during the quarantine. People are getting more plastic surgery. And a plastic surgeon says, what do you need plastic surgery for? You're at home. You're not even going anywhere. Well, I'm on Zoom all the time now and everybody can see me. Like,
the pandemic and the masks have really... It's going to be a comeback for the butterfaces of the world. I don't know if you've noticed this, but... like... if the rest was amazing and the face was kind of a no, but you can't really tell.
Say that one more time.
I think I was thinking the opposite with regards to plastic surgery being up in a pandemic, because everybody's wearing a mask. I mean,
right?
You don't have to have a hot face anymore. Like, the butterface is going to make a comeback.
But then the thing is, you're gonna eventually have to take the mask off, though.
Yeah.
So, you know, I never understood the concept of the catfish. Like, okay, so you tricked him into meeting you, but now he's going to insult you to your face and walk off. What was the point of that?
There was one dating site I used in 2012. I think it was OkCupid, where someone very, very, very obviously tricked me by... if I'm being generous here, and I'll say a 70 to 80 pounds in the metric, and I just walked away. Like, I really don't understand what you expect when you start something that dishonestly.
When you see a woman that on her dating profile, she only will show you her head, and she takes the picture on a downward angle, she's obese, and she knows she's obese. She knows that you're not going to be attracted to it, but she's trying to trick you. You just swipe left. It's that simple.
There's so much stuff missing on this board.
Oh, shit. 10 years later, you can take your mask off now. No, she can't, says the husband. Ew.
That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, that's too fucked up.
I don't know if I told you about this. Did I tell you about the Japanese? Yes, we had that discussion today. I had a discussion with Louis earlier today.
The timing of that.
The Japanese man that successfully sued his wife because she was like really attractive and he went after her, right? And then they had kids, but the kids I'm talking about, them kids, they were fucked up looking kids.
For the sake of the kids, why are you doing that? Because now you can't even lie at that point and say, oh no, Sonny, I think you look fine. Like, you're fucking with your kid's confidence right there, because the
kid was super fucked up looking. Like, super fucked, and it turns out.
Okay, how fucked is it? Like, I need to see a picture of this. Give me what's the name? Give me a link.
I just know the story. So let me go.
Somebody in the chat, give me a link. I want to see how fucked up this actually is. I'll make a decision.
So it turns out that somebody's saying it was a Chinese man. It wasn't Japanese. It was a Chinese man. He successfully sued her because she had all this plastic surgery done. And then like he's thinking, oh, I scored nicely with this one. And then it turned out that like she looked like a wildebeest. And he found out via the kid she had like massive amounts of plastic surgery done. Yeah, exactly, Blueberry. Choose the pro if you like, if you need more cushion for the pushing, do what you got to do. But my thing is, a lot of these women are just like, they're trying to trick you, and it's just like you do know that. Oh, Snopes. There's a Snopes article, so let's open that up.
Man sues wife.
Let's open it up.
Okay,
oh shit! Come on, man. Let me open up in a new window.
You hit me with that fake news. A man in China sued his wife for bearing him ugly children.
Oh, the picture's mad funny looking. Oh, they said it was false. Boo! Oh well. But what was the actual story?
You killing me.
Hold on.
YouTube's gonna strike me now for being fake news.
But you're not even on YouTube.
I'm on the other YouTube. That's why I have multiple channels. Fake news. Okay. What made it fake? Let's see. Was the entire thing fake, or they just fucked up one or two facts?
I think there was one child. Yeah, Chinese man has divorced his wife and sued his wife for 55,000 pounds after discovering she'd had plastic surgery before they met. Zhang Fen, 38, was said to have been horrified when she gave birth to an ugly baby daughter. He suspected her of having an affair. His wife then confessed to having plastic surgery, costing 70,000 pounds in South Korea, which is the plastic surgery capital of the world. I know because one of my partners is South Korean, and she has made it very clear. If you think that you've seen a woman in South Korea that hasn't had plastic surgery, you might want to think again. He filed for divorce 2 years after marrying her following a whirlwind romance. So it was one child, not like a whole bunch of kids. So, I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt, but there's a lot of people out there that are out there trying to trick people, and it's like you do know that eventually the shit's gonna come to light, and you're gonna be held to account for it. Oh my God. Yo, look at the difference. Holy shit. Yeah, that was a 2012 story. Yeah, so that is that story. Yeah. Ooh. Oh man, she should smile more. God damn. Oh my God.
That's sad.
Yeah. Just marry poor. Easy fix. Actually, I've been, I think I talked to, because there is actually a woman that I've been talking to, and I think I was telling her about how like things are starting to kind of like expand for me. I'm getting in the media with the podcast. I'm, still doing my video game streaming. Those two things would kind of, partner off of each other to make it, where I may end up getting a little bit more visibility out there in the media arena. I've expanded my personal training business to now also include a little bit of business and life coaching as well. So, it's looking like things are coming together where, my current economic standing may go up a tax bracket or two. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. But when I was talking to her about these kinds of things, she understood the fact that I feel like, if I ever make it to a certain level where, the podcast takes off or, or what have you, there's going to come a time where I'm just going to stop dating altogether, because once you reach a certain level, you can't really know who actually gives a shit about you, or if they accidentally stumble upon your analytics page after a CBC news piece and see, oh shit, he made $23,000 in this last month. Like,
Five foot
once
six
you
didn't
make it to
matter
a
much
certain
anymore.
level, it's impossible. It's impossible. And the thing is, like, I'm one of these ugly guys that have been with exceptionally hot women, and I don't know how. And I just couldn't tell you how. But one of the things that one of the things that I've had to talk to one of them about on a fairly regular basis is the fact that being exceptionally attractive is a gift and a curse, because when you meet people, you're never really going to be sure if they actually really give a shit about you, or do they only care about the way you look. So there's a different way that you can turn that Chinese story. You could turn that and flip that. You can flip that upside down and say, well, he was only with her for her appearance, and he got what he paid for. He was shallow, and he got a shallow result. So, for a lot of attractive women, they'll never really know who actually gives a shit about them, or who is just around because they look a certain way. Marry poor, die rich. Hey, man. You know. Plus, I've got two great partners anyway. So, even if if I fail in the dating sphere, I don't really give a shit, because I'm good on that anyway. I've been taking notes from Lewis, so I'm starting a YouTube channel repairing electronics. It took me years to get started on it, though, because 50-gallon barrels of flux costs a lot. Hey, man, you got to use the proper amount of flux.
You get a discount code on my website. Yeah, I was being
Oh, yeah,
shallow
men getting
when I saw
married?
that. Well,
Woo! You only get married if she makes more money than you. And you have to make she has to make a whole lot more money than you.
yeah, I'm not getting married in
Getting
my
married
lifetime.
for men is extremely stupid in today's society.
I have
You're
no
just
desire to get
throwing your
married.
assets away. That's absolutely dumb.
Yeah, people have said, well, that's how you know it's a real relationship, or you wouldn't say that with the right person. And it's just, I don't see why. Like, even if there's a really low chance that holding a knife like this is going to drop because I have really good grip, I just don't hold a knife like this. I have a good grip, and I know I'm probably not going to drop it, but I just wouldn't hold the knife right here. Like, why would you do that? There's no point. There's nothing to gain. There's only something to lose. And like saying, well, I care more about my relationship because I'm willing to have a knife and just hold it like this. Like, what? Why? I just, I don't see what the benefit is. I really don't get it from a cost-benefit analysis. Like, there used to be some sort of, I don't know. Maybe you could explain it better than I can, but
I mean, the thing is that, we have an old system, they call it the patriarchy. We have an older system where it was expected that the man of the house holds the responsibility of keeping the woman happy, safe, alive, and keeping the children happy, safe, and alive. Well fed, dressed, housed, all of that. So what ended up happening is that I think during World War II, when women showed that, yeah, we're just as useful in the work in the workplace as men are. And that's mostly the case depending on the situation you're in. If you work in a place where they value um, physical strength, where you have to do hard labor, women are not going to be doing as much work. But in intellectual ways, they've been just as good. So a lot of people say, well, women only get paid X number of cents on the dollar. Well, the thing is that it's a remnant of an old system from when the men had the responsibility to be the breadwinner, and women only worked when they were bored and had really nothing else better to do. So they would allocate pay, even though they would do similar jobs on some level. They would allocate the pay to the men because the men held the most financial responsibilities. But then we had the destruction of the community, and then following that, we had the destruction of the nuclear family. when you have the destruction of the nuclear family and you're saying, well, divorce is now an option. Now the women are the breadwinners. Now they need the same compensation that the men do. But in a lot of those situations, they don't work the same long hours that men do. They don't have the same physical strength prowess that men do. And so a lot of times the jobs that hold the most risk pay the most money. So when economists have debunked the "we hate women" um, conspiracy theory, that's why we pay you less. They've debunked that time and time again, and it's really weird because it was Lewis that hit me with this golden nugget that punched me in the stomach during one of our sessions when he goes, "Well, if women only make 77 cents on the dollar, what incentive do I have as a businessman to ever hire a man? I would save 23 cents on every dollar if my entire workforce was just women." So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, all of these guys only care about profits, but then they will only hire men but won't hire women when women are according to you, women are the more fiscally responsible choice if it is true that they get paid 77 cents on every dollar. So, um, we're going through this transition in society where we're looking at different protected societal groups differently, and you're going to have some things that clash with other things. So a lot of times when I talk, women talk to me about equality, and then we start talking about going on a date, and then I'm like, yo, well, I'm going to pay for my meal and you're going to pay for your meal. All of a sudden, I'm not a real man. So which is it? Do you want equality or do you want equality? Because if we're going to do it, if we're going to do equality, we're going to do this all the way. So, if you want the same pay that I get for doing the same job, you better be doing the job to the same standard that I do it and put in the same effort that I do. And when it comes to sharing resources, there's got to be a give and a take. There can't be, I deserve to be your boss and make the same money as you and all of these things. And you also have to pay my bills and pay for my meals and open my car doors and all this other crazy shit.
And if our
Either
relationship
we're
doesn't
doing it
work out,
one
I get to
way.
take your company.
You said what?
And if our relationship doesn't work out, I'll just take your company. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So the thing is, when you look at, if you look at how these divorces go, I think they said that of the richest women in the world, the vast majority of those women became part of the Forbes list by virtue of divorce. We're looking at you, Mackenzie Bezos, or whatever she's calling herself these days, because apparently she went back to her maiden name. So, like, for me, I feel like this. Like, in the current dating sphere, let's keep shit equal. You pay for your shit, I pay for my shit. Nobody's expecting anything other than companionship on that date, and then we'll make whatever kind of uh we'll agree on whatever the next step is. And if we date, great. If you start talking about marriage, I can't help you. I can't help you. Because the system is not really in my favor. If I'm no longer satisfied with being you, I get fucked. If you're no longer satisfied with being with me, I get fucked. So it's a lose-lose situation. And
Not to mention,
don't even mention, the whole thing with the kids. You know what I'm saying? When kids get involved.
yeah, with my father, my mother was like just very, very, very easily verifiably mentally ill, to the point where no sane psychiatrist would say there's no problem with you. And my dad had looked into getting custody if he got a divorce. An attorney said, frankly, if you don't have six figures to spend, you're not getting custody of your kid. And yeah, I just like I don't see why the system is the way it is right now, when so much has changed the way it has. But I just don't want a part of it until it does.
Tactical Pete, he knows the deal.
Coheed and Cambria, nice. We
Yeah,
went to a show a
misogyny is
while back.
detrimental to everyone. Yeah, I agree, 100%. But I also feel that because we are finally, because we're finally recognizing that misogyny is bad for everybody. we also have to understand that there are some unintended consequences when we have these massive societal changes. So while uh, proper respect and equality is great, you have to understand that with the inequality of yesteryear also yielded certain benefits. And when we go away from that system, some of the benefits of that system also do go away. So with my partners at home, I treat them differently than I treat women on the outside because we have that kind of rapport. I don't treat them as somebody who, uh, I don't treat them as women who are going to try to do something bad to me because they've already proven to me that they have they're women of great character. So whatever it is that they need me to do, I treat them the way they feel like they need to be treated at all times. But when it comes to dealing with women outside my home, it's like, listen, we've got this equality thing here. We're going to do the equality thing all the way. Not only when it benefits you, we're going to do it all the way.
I think that even as late as the 1980s, if you were trying to sign up for, let's say, some new credit card, they would ask you, well, what does your husband make on the application? And like when it's that recent, that
That's pretty fucking
whether what your
sexist, though.
husband
I don't like
made,
that question.
what happened?
The how much money does your husband make? That reminds me of when women were not allowed to own property. That's what that sounds like to me. I'm not
Yeah,
with
but
that.
like the fact that you could that even I understand why there's this concept where if you're going to get a divorce, well, you're going to take a certain amount of the man's assets because it was just 40 years ago where they were when if you wanted to apply for a credit card, well, what does your husband make? But
Mm-hmm.
2020 is not that world anymore. Like the idea that you could just reach in and take in the world that we currently live in with the opportunity currently available and the culture of that is constantly seeking equality that we have. I don't know. I don't want to play that game. I just don't want to buy into that system.
Yeah,
I don't I don't
I'm just opting out of that altogether. Like with my partners, I was legally married to one of my partners, but a legal necessity forced us to dissolve the marriage, and so she is married to our other partner because of that legal necessity. But being that I'm technically unmarried, um, I've met women who think that, well, since I'm technically unmarried and polyamorous, that I might think about. I'm like, no, no. Like I know what I'm getting with the women that are here because I know that there are women who are not looking to uh, to take advantage of anybody. They're not trying. They're not trying to get one over on anybody. So I'm like, I'm good trusting them. But in today's society, with how high the deck is stacked against just normal rank and file dudes with no real power in society, nah, son, can't do it. Not gonna be able to do it. Who's this guy? We covered that earlier in the stream.
link in the description. Yeah, it's just something that doesn't make sense for me. Like I don't see what as maybe if you're into BDSM or something, but I don't see how risking my entire business is going to make my relationship any better. Like I don't see it. Like unless it's like I'm giving you this power that you hold over me, and you get off on giving that power to another human being. I really don't see how it actually improves a relationship at all. It's it's an unnecessary part. And I remember going out with someone a while back who was really amazing in many ways. And then we had this one conversation because we agreed on so many things. The areas we disagreed, we could work things out. It was a very interesting relationship. And there was this curveball that got thrown at me. And it was funny because it was right after we saw, I think, Phantom of the Opera, where she says, we went to a nice place. She saw a show, and we were talking. And I don't know how marriage came up, and this probably shouldn't come up when you're only been going out with someone for a few months. But I had said like I can't imagine spending money on a wedding ring or like a real wedding ring. I could see spending money on a house.
So stupid.
No, a house, a car. A stereo, like anything that we share together. Yes. Or even something that's just that you're going to use more than I am. But I don't want to spend money on a rock because I think that that's ridiculous. I don't know.
Absolutely stupid.
Now, if you're spending money on a rock because it's part of a machine that allows you to cut things or like it's part of this precision lathe or some shit, maybe. But like to wear, fuck out of here. I mean, that's a complete and utter waste of money, especially when you can get stuff that looks
I never
99% the
understood
same.
jewelry. I never understood jewelry. Like there were dudes in the hoods that I grew up in. You know, oh, you know, they want to get this chain. The chain just sits on your chest. It doesn't actually do anything. I've always been a technology guy. Always. Like I need something that's actually useful.
Yeah, cars, computer, bikes, sneakers that
Yep.
fly, some
Yep.
sort of cool thing. But it is really something that's useless about it. And she was saying, I would feel like you didn't
But how
love
do
me
you
as
do
much.
that? How do you do that, Null Persona? Null says marriage and legal union should be separated. How the fuck do you do that? The cat's out of the bag already.
Yeah, and some people who are proponents of being against gay marriage will say unilaterally, "I'm against marriage being a legal thing to begin with. You do you,
Mm-hmm.
but don't have it be the law."
Yeah. Yeah, but the
But
thing is, they want in God we trust on the money though. So do you want a separation of church and state, or do
and
you
God's
only
probably
want
buying
that
gold
kind of
right now.
separation? Yeah, you only want that separation when when it benefits you and your ideology. I hate people who don't follow the principle all the way. They only want the principle to apply to some things but not others. They're like, yeah, I'm pro-life, but then you let the kids die in cages at the border. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that those are two different things, but it's like, if you're saying that you're pro-life, then you should just be pro-life. Like, you should support all living people if you're truly pro-life. But don't give me this, well, only when it's unborn. Like pick pick a principle and then apply it consistently. Otherwise, you sound like a fucking hypocrite. I don't give a fuck what it is that you believe.
I th- something beeped in my ear. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to turn Hangouts notifications off.
The ring is to pay the bills if the husband dies or takes off. If he dies, that's what you get life insurance for.
Which will never pay out. I'd rather ever. That's one of the things that was bothering me when it came to
And the
when
value of
people.
diamonds is artificial anyway. When you look at the De Beers and all that stuff, the value of diamonds is artificial. I mean, if you really want to insure, then get some bars of gold and then put them in a safe somewhere, and
Yeah,
then
you don't have to
only
wear the shit.
break. Yeah, yeah,
Also, the other
break
thing is when
after
people say
death or something.
this is an investment, it's like it's not an investment if you never plan on selling it. If selling this piece of jewelry means that you're getting a divorce or you hate your husband now, it's not an investment. It's not an investment if you don't plan on using it that way.
In an
And
equal society, you don't need to have you don't need to hedge your bet against his death because you already make enough money to take care of yourself. So you don't need that anyway.
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't really asked that question because I don't really give a shit.
no, I had this one. I had this when she said I would think that you kind of
But it
love
is a
me a
big
little
question.
less if you didn't want to get me a nice ring. That really should have been the end of that relationship then and there.
It should have
Like
been.
why? What? Because
Who told you that,
regardless of
Lewis?
yeah, regardless of what happened prior to that point, regardless of how much we agreed on or got along or anything else, it shouldn't have been. Let's see if we can make this work or work out our differences. That should have been. I'm the fuck out of here. And like
Who
that
told you
was
that, Lewis?
you. But you weren't there. I didn't meet you yet. No, but like that really should have been the
Don't get me
point that
started on
relationship was done.
OnlyFans, Michael acquaintance. Don't get me started on that OnlyFans shit. Don't get
For
me
the
fucking
kiddies,
started.
for the kiddies only fans.
Can you give me the link to your other YouTube channel, Mr. Rossman? Because I'm pretty sure there are people talking over there, and I don't even know what the fuck is going on over there.
I have this Restream app that combines the chats because when I go to my YouTube studio page, I can't even see my own stream anymore since they changed the interface.
Right, but I'd be able to see the comments if I go
Let's
to your
see.
stream
Oh, yeah.
on another page.
I will send you my. Here we go. So this.
We'll get into that, Preza, in a second.
Oh, so what chat are you reading right now then?
I'm just reading the Twitch because I'm on your
Oh.
regular YouTube page, and I don't know what that other channel.
Oh shit! Yeah, let me send you the link. Yeah, I stream to a different channel than the main one because people will complain when I do live streams on the main one. I didn't sign up for long video. Yeah. So I streamed.
Wah, wah.
So I stream to this and I post things to the main every now and then.
Come on. Open link in new
Let's
window.
see, what do we have here? We have how many people are watching?
Oh my
this?
god! I gotta mute this tab.
264 people watching on YouTube. Look at that.
Yeah, we got wow. Let me just mute this shit. Move this. I'll move this chat down here. That's what I'll do. Oh shit! Like so many. I'm sorry, everybody. Who is this guy? Yeah, sorry that I didn't know about Louis Rossman's 58K random live channel on YouTube. Somebody in the YouTube chat mentioned the OnlyFans, and somebody wanted to know. Yeah, crazy man. Coheed fans unite. All Coheed fans in the chat. You can press 1 in the chat in both chats, and we can recognize each other and as one among the fence. Okay, so all right, so yeah, so I guess YouTube. Some of the viewers joined late, but I want to address the OnlyFans thing. So some people might say that I may be critical of the women that have OnlyFans pages. I am not critical of women who get OnlyFans pages. I'm critical of the men that buy into them, because I feel, again, and I've mentioned this earlier in the stream, we men don't have high enough standards for our dealings with women. We reduce them to sexual objects, and so they operate on that level, and they get resources from us from operating on the lowest common denominator level. So that is not a poor reflection on the women. It's a poor reflection on us. If we didn't act so fucking thirsty, like we've never seen titties and ass before, then a lot of this shit wouldn't be as profitable as it actually is. So I look at this as an indictment of the character of men, not the character of women. That's my issue with OnlyFans. It's not with it's not with the site OnlyFans. It's with the fucking fans.
I read deep into this. Are you familiar with someone named Amaranth on Twitch?
Yeah, Z Star says I don't blame the women on OnlyFans. I blame the simps. Absolutely. Space FX says speaks for yourself. Well, the thing is that I don't have an OnlyFans page. So my statement is one where if the shoe fits, kick rocks in them. If what I said does not apply to you, then I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the people who are paying money to see nudes and semi-nudes of people that really are not offering them any real value besides that. To me, if you're going to get my money, you have to actually perform a service for me. Fix my MacBook, give me some kind of training, teach me something, build a product, and then sell that product to me. But taking selfies in your bikini, I'm supposed to give you money for that?
That's the thing. That's not even the actual product. That's the advertisement. If someone's paying for sex, it's not something that I've done, at least directly. For those who say that if you pay for a date, that's paying for sex, I'm just putting that disclaimer there. But the point,
I don't understand those people flame FTS. He said, "What about guys that have OnlyFans pages?" I couldn't. I'm staying out of that.
I've yet to see that, probably because
Juan Saber said, "I'd rather have legalized prostitution than this e-girl shit." So, Hutada, hopefully that answers your question.
No, there was this one guy that was giving thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
This guy and men going their own way guy. I know about MG Toe. I have 2 female partners that I've been with. One of them I've been in a relationship with her for 14 years, and the other one for 8 years. So it's a total of over 22 years I've been with these 2 women. So I'm definitely not an MG Toe guy, but I'm also not a fucking idiot.
The thing that bothers me with MGTOW, and this is where I'm probably going to get a lot of trouble,
a lot of it is a lot of woman hating, and I'm not good with that either.
Here's what bothers me the most about it. It sounds like people that failed and screwed up who then tell you why you shouldn't bother. It's kind of like those business owners. Like, there was this one comment on Mac Rumors, and I realized Mac Rumors and MGTOW could not be further apart. But this one guy was talking about how not profitable it is to do component level electronics repair and how this is just not viable. And he said in the thread that I linked in my video where I was talking about Apple's IRP program just last week, he said, these people don't understand how any of this works. It's like, because you couldn't figure out how to be a profitable business owner, that means that it doesn't work. Like, explain it to the 14 people that are getting paid through a pandemic here, above industry standard wages to do their job. Like, no, you don't get it because you failed. Now, if someone who has been fucked over by the system, like, I can hear them when they say the court system is fucked, the custody system is fucked, like how they choose who gets custody is fucked, the alimony system is fucked. I get that. But when they just start saying just like walk away from women in general because I failed and chose the wrong one, no, you chose the wrong woman. Yeah. And like, I'm sorry you chose the wrong woman.
Being themselves. I'm
sorry you chose
for making poor choices with women.
Yeah, but when you say that when you try to discourage the next generation from trying because you couldn't make it work, regardless of what it is, whether it's starting a component level repair business or having a relationship with a woman that is productive and that makes you not productive is not the word I'm looking for. Synonym for productive.
Are you making a general statement, Brian of Etonius? He says, no, you don't get it because you failed. Incels? I think that we're probably the two guys that you probably are not talking to. We're talking.
I don't think he's talking
not because of our own mistakes. Like, we've made mistakes with women, no doubt, but I'm definitely not anti-women. I'm anti-women, which is why I don't fuck with MGTOW, even though they do bring up some good points.
I can't mess with MGTOW because they're discouraging the next generation of people from having good relationships with women because theirs failed. Mm-hmm. And like that seems to overshadow a lot of the points of the movement where I can agree, which is the way they choose who gets custody is fucked up. In my lived experience, having grew up 17 years with someone who is mentally ill, because the court system would have given her custody over the person who was sane. I agree with the concept of alimony in many cases being bullshit. My own stepmother actually, so my own stepmom made a good amount of money working at a library. And she left her husband, who was a narcissistic prick, and the husband, who only made like 30 or 40,000 a year, actually wound up getting alimony because he, quote, no longer had the lifestyle he had became accustomed to. Like, it can cut both ways. I can agree with these things, but simultaneously not buy into that last step that appears to be particular to many in the MGTOW community, which is just listen, young people, you just don't fuck with women. It's just a waste of your time. You know, focus on everything else.
Hold on, Zane Romberger asked a really good question. Do you have any advice for finding women to date? I will say that engaging with women in public in the United States, because it depends on where you live, right? But if you're in the United States in today's environment, I think the safest place to speak to women on a romantic level is probably either with friends that you've had that you can trust, like, you know, female friends that you've had for decades, if you can. But if you're talking about like dating people you don't know, keep it to dating apps. They're not the best. It's not the best setup for engaging with a human being, but it is very dangerous to interact with women out in public that you don't know, because a lot of times, let's just say that the concept of catcalling has expanded to speaking to anybody that you're not familiar with, regardless of what you say or the context. So I think that it's safer to kind of just stick to areas where, okay, you know that you're there for dating. She went there for dating, so that there is no there's no mistake for why you're there. But go at work or at school or even at the gym, somebody will add your name to a hashtag and you'll lose your goddamn job. But when you're talking about actually dealing with women, the advice that I can give that I feel is the most useful is to slow the fuck down. It is not a race to see who can ejaculate first. It is not a race to see who can get the pussy first. It is not a fucking race. Slow the fuck down. Because I've gotten to know men for a really long time, and they're all complaining about the same shit. And they're complaining about how this woman's character is not up to par. But these men did not choose women for character reasons. So let's say somebody brings a MacBook to Lewis and they say, well, the backlight's not coming on my MacBook. And then he goes and he fixes the backlight on the MacBook, but he didn't get them a cracked version of some streaming or some sort of software. Well, you didn't ask me to put anything on your computer. You asked me to fix the hardware in your computer. You can't get mad at me that I did not provide a service for that you didn't sign up for. Likewise with women, if you're chasing women based upon what they look like, it is your fault when shit goes south if you didn't do your goddamn homework first before racing to the bedroom. Slow the fuck down. It is not a race. If you're only looking to fuck, be prepared for the consequences of whatever it is that you want. But don't complain after it. Because reasonable human beings are going to point your attention to the mirror. You are the author of your own problems. Do your goddamn homework. Make sure that the person that they are selling themselves as is the person that they actually are. Whatever they're purporting themselves to be, make sure that they are that person.
I agree, and that's why when I had those that dating experience that we laughed about so much before, I can't get mad over it. I just laugh at it, and I was laughing throughout the experience because I was pretty much getting what I asked for. I was entirely getting what I asked for, which is why I can I'm not going to sit there and say things like quote, all the women that I meet are crazy, or why do I have such bad luck? Like, I'm not going to sit there and do that. I know exactly why I had that experience. It's funny. I'm not going to not laugh at it because it was funny, but I know exactly why I had it. And most people don't. You have to be honest with yourself enough to realize when you're doing that to yourself.
Null Persona is talking about the concept of sex work, right? So let me see if I can explain to you exactly what my position is, right? Sex work as an industry is where it is because men have a very short-sighted view of sex. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the industry. I have a problem with the conditions that set up the industry. So I'm looking at men, and I'm not talking about all men, obviously. But I'm talking about how, when we talk about gender equality and we're talking about the respect of women, these things are tied hand in hand, because a lot of the way that men look at sex, which I think is really unhealthy, sex in our society is viewed as a service that women provide for men, when sex is supposed to be a two-way street where he is supposed to get pleasure, she is also supposed to get pleasure. She is not just a cum receptacle. So when we're looking at how sex work is being performed in our society, I don't agree with it based upon how women are viewed in that equation. I believe that women have a whole lot more to offer than three holes, some titties, and some ass. And unfortunately, there is a large enough segment of the male demographic that doesn't really hold women in the proper regard. Now, I'm not talking about putting the pussy on a pedestal. I'm not talking about holding women above us, but to see them as equals and also deserving of the proper kinds of attention, rather than just, okay, you've got some titties and ass and hand some money over. For me, I just think that, I don't know. I just something about that just doesn't feel quite right to me. I can't really put my finger on it, but I do know that I just feel like more of us men could look at sex, relationships, and women just a little bit more reasonably, instead of this zero-sum game of, well, did I fuck? Did I bust a nut? All right, I'm good, and that's it. I kind of feel like the situation deserves a little bit more care and a little bit more nuance than that.
Zane for $5 says thank you. This is exactly what I needed to hear.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here for you guys. I'm just looking at some of the comments here in the Twitch. I don't want to. I don't want to neglect you guys over here in the YouTube.
Oh, the Twitch people are used to being neglected by me.
Chris, I'm very. Chris Esteban says he talks about the sexism because the thing is there is sexism that goes in both ways, but we live in a society where we only care about the sexism that happens to one gender and not the other. So I feel like, again, if we're looking for true equality, we need to care about everybody's problems. So in a situation where a man and a woman are both equally inebriated, the man is always the rapist and the woman is always the victim. I think that is something that needs to be looked at. A regulated sex industry from Partel Bonanza. I think that, perhaps we would probably get more respect for the women that are in the industry, because if you're dealing in the shadows all the time, then it's kind of like with drugs, right? I'm not a proponent of marijuana or any other kind of drugs. What I am a proponent of is people having the freedom to put into their bodies whatever it is that they want, as long as they are willing to pay the consequences of putting whatever they put into their body, right? So, with people wanting to legalize marijuana and cocaine and crystal meth or whatever, perhaps you would get more purity if everything was done on the up and up. Likewise, with the sex industry, you're going to get a lot of women who are physically harmed. You're going to get a lot of women who are struggling in various ways that they would not be struggling if the industry was regulated, and you're not regulated to, the red light zones of your city, and made it an actual respectable profession. Perhaps we would get, I can't really say that you would get a whole lot more men that will respect the women, but I would hope that would be the effect.
I was having this conversation the other day with a good friend of mine, and I was saying I am completely for the legalization of all sex work. However, it's not something I'd want my daughter to be doing. And she's like, if I have a daughter, and she's like, why? Why wouldn't you? I wouldn't mind if my daughter was a sex worker. And we got into this argument where she's saying, are you not, if you're not, I said, well, I don't want someone to want my daughter for the lowest common denominator. And I said, what about if you have a son and they're doing construction? They're getting paid because they know how to lift a brick. Isn't that not a low common denominator? Mm-hmm. And it kept going in a circle like that. And I'm curious what you think of that. I personally would not want would you, if you were a father, be disappointed if your daughter?
Because this world is fucked up. This world is really fucked up.
I felt really weird having to explain to somebody who really genuinely didn't understand why I would be disappointed if after raising my daughter for 18 years she decided she wanted to be a sex worker, while simultaneously having no problem with sex workers.
You know what it is?
What?
I think I have a weird feeling about this. I feel like oh, sorry, I'm over here fucking with the mic. I feel like if I had a daughter that wanted to be a prostitute, I would probably treat that situation the same way I treat every other situation. Is she a nymphomaniac? If so, it's not work if you love what you do, right? So if you guys look at what Lewis does, he's on stream showing you guys how he modifies his bicycle. He doesn't just repair boards because it pays his bills. He actually enjoys teaching people. He enjoys doing what he does. I enjoy the concept of fitness because I like helping people. So that's why I do the life coaching. That's why I do the personal training. That's why I get into that stuff, because I enjoy it. Me starting the podcast with Messiah Rhodes, I like doing the live stream stuff. I like getting into it with people in the stream. It's not work to me. I can't believe that I'm missing a fucking UFC event. We've been at this for over 2 hours, and I'm like, yo, I could do this another 2 hours because I actually enjoy what I do. But I would never advocate my child going into any kind of work where they dread going to work every day. So I guess, if I had a daughter that liked to fuck, and she can get paid doing it, and she's not in any danger from doing it. And I'm not just talking about violent men. I'm also talking about getting her pussy burnt. Then go ahead and do you. Just know that, that with every choice that we make, that there are ramifications to all the choices that we make, and just be prepared to deal with whatever they are. And if you're prepared to deal with it, then, so be it. That's me.
That makes sense. But she
Wait,
was saying...
Somebody mentioned something that I want to address before we go to the next thing. Laura Layton in the YouTube chat says, when both are very drunk, nobody wins. My male friend was devastated after finding out that a girl he hooked up with, they were both messed up over it. I have a hard line rule when it comes to, and this is just me. I'm not saying that you guys have to do this, but people ask why I don't have certain problems in my life, and I'm just telling you my approach and how I got there. Okay, I have very, very strict rules when it comes to controlled substances, and that includes alcohol. Okay, I will not date a woman that smokes weed, that does any kind of drugs, cigarettes, marijuana, meth, cocaine, heroin, none of it. The only thing that I will accept is a woman who moderately drinks alcohol. But there's an asterisk next to that. If I date a woman who is not a dry woman, if she's a wet woman, and she has had any kind of alcohol within a certain period of time of me and her interacting, we cannot make physical contact. And I don't give a fuck who she is. My partners at home will tell you that the rare amount of times that they have alcohol, I don't put my hands on them. Again, I've been with one of them for 14 plus years. I've been with the other one 8 years. If I smell any kind of alcohol, we do not make physical contact of any kind. There's a protection for them, but it's also a protection for me. Because I understand the society that we live in today. It is not safe for either gender to engage in sexual contact while one or both people are under the influence of any of those kinds of chemical compounds. It's not safe. It's just not. So if you're a man that's willing to take that risk, and you're willing to have that detective show up at your door, do you? But for me, that's off limits. Not fucking with it. Supper Slash says, Dr. Evil Genius has brought up wet ass pussy. We'll get into it if you want to. We'll get into it. Strider at 3671 asks, what about strippers? Again, it shows how stupid men are. Because
stripping is the worst.
If you want to talk about sex work and a service provided for, if you want to talk about compensation for services rendered, okay. You're giving a stripper money to not fuck you.
You're paying for the advertisement. It's like not only are you watching the commercial, you're watching an ad, but you're actually paying to watch the ad. Because think about it. Like, the sex work, at the very least, if you're paying to have sex, you're paying for a product. Like, her stripping in front of you, that's the advertisement that's supposed to get you to pay for the product. You're not supposed to pay for the commercial. Nobody pays to watch commercials, yet people will pay to look at pictures of women on OnlyFans pages that they can't bang. Why are you doing that? That's the ad. That is the ad that is supposed to get you to fuck.
Pornhub is for?
And it's free.
It is free. I don't get it.
Striptease is fun. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding? Okay, so a woman is gonna walk up to me, beautiful. She's gonna play terrible music for 2 to 3 minutes. She's gonna gyrate on me. If I go to touch her, a large 6'5", 275-pound man is gonna hit me in the face. And then when the song stops playing, I'm $100 poorer, and she's not in the room anymore. Explain to me how that's fun, because that sounds like an excellent way to torture members of Al Qaeda and ISIS.
Joe wants to know, does Dr. Evil not drink the same as the women? I don't drink alcohol at all. I don't consume any controlled substances. Anything that is supposed to alter my state of mind, I feel is a con. It's a con. I love having my wits about me. But also, you know, I gotta also tell you guys too that I'm a survivor of extreme abuse. So I'm always on high alert. Like nobody catches me slipping. Banging is not always something someone wants. So basically, you like having blue balls. Okay.
Listen, that's a kink, and if you're into that,
All
that's
right. You
great. I
know,
just don't understand how it became something that large
I
numbers of
like to
people
earn
like.
my dopamine. Somebody asked,
Different
how do I
strokes for
do with
different
dopamine?
folks.
I like to
If
earn
you
it.
want to, if you want to pay to watch the commercial, like you do you.
I don't like coffee. I don't like the way I like the way coffee smells. But I also don't feel like coffee does not alter your state of mind. It actually blocks it blocks receptors that make you drowsy and tells you it's time to go to sleep. So that's not the same as a mind altering drug. Caffeine is classified as a drug on some level, but it does not alter your mind. It just keeps you awake. And that's not the same thing. When it comes to prescription drugs, and if I need it to save my life, but when we're talking about pain medication, I don't take pain medications. I've torn ligaments. I've broken major bones in my body. I've broken minor bones in my body. I don't take painkillers.
Is it a coincidence that one of the women that we just talked about just messaged me during the stream?
Coffee does smell all right, but tastes awful. Yeah, like I hate the smell of coffee on people's breath. And let me tell you, I have 2 coffee connoisseurs in my home. But how do I feel about coffee? I bought them an espresso maker just because I was feeling loving at the moment. And the Amazon treasure truck was out there, and I just turned around in my car instead of driving home and went and got them a fancy coffee maker because that's how I feel about them. But don't try to fucking kiss me with coffee breath. They know the deal. It's not that I don't love you. I don't love coffee breath. Sounds like Dr. Evil Genius is in the pocket of the big coffee lobby. Man, if they were, then I would be drinking. Yeah, coffee smells really good, but fuck all the rest of that.
Coffee can smell good if it's not
Yes,
like
I do have partners. Reese. No, I don't believe that caffeine changes your state of mind. I just think that it changes your state of awareness.
Caffeine gives me lots of anxiety.
Meth will make you fucking paranoid. Now, no. See, I think Zizo, I think you're on the right track. They're all stimulants, but meth and cocaine actually change your state of mind. They make you more paranoid. They make you see shit that's not there. Caffeine does not make me see shit that's not there. It keeps me from taking a nap in the afternoon that prevents me from sleeping at night. There's a difference. Now, if it's one of those things that alters your state of mind, then I just have to defer to you and say, well, it does alter your state of mind. It does not alter my state of mind. Now, I get my caffeine from occasionally from tea or from pre-workout. I take like pre-workout supplements so that I can get just a little bit more energy so I can hit the weights harder. But it doesn't change mentally how I feel about the weights. It doesn't make the weights look like zebras or giraffes. It just makes it where I've got a little bit more energy to do what I was already going to do. And to me, that yes, it is a stimulant, but it's not mind altering like cocaine, like methamphetamine. Wow, you guys are getting like a debate. You guys are getting life stories. You guys are getting a board fixing. Like this is, and the greatest thing about what we're doing here tonight is that this is what me and Lewis do when he's not working on boards and he's not, live streaming and he's not recording content. He'll just call me up or come by the house and we'll just talk about all kinds of random shit, I really do enjoy this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why for such a period of time I didn't realize that I would usually hang up the conversation when it got to work, but this is really what I do when I'm working and I'm streaming for the most part.
Cocaine helps you work out more. Confirmed. I can't even say shit about that. Laura, thank you for saying that because I was about to say it. Because your previous comment, you were talking about pre-workout is nuts. typically 2 to 4 times the amount of caffeine as coffee has, right? And I was about to say, before you even said it, you have to be really careful about the supplements, the exercise supplements you put in your body, because it is not regulated in the United States. So they can make any kind of fucking claim that they want to make. And you'll take that shit and you'll go to play your sport and you'll get suspended. And it turns out that they spiked your shit. All right. The tubs of proteins that are manufactured in the United States, if they cost anything less than $60 a tub for 30 servings, don't buy that shit. Because they're not putting in the canister what they're claiming on the label, because they're not regulated by the FDA. The only regulation that they have to face is they can't put anything in you that will cause you to die right now. But they don't have to put in all of the bullshit. You know, they don't have to honor the claims that are on their labels. So be really, really fucking careful about the companies that you buy pre-workout from, that you buy glutamine from, that you buy stimulants from. Be really fucking careful about what you're getting. And thank you for bringing that up, Laura.
One of the things that made me trust him much more as a trainer was that one of the main reasons he quit the company he was working at is because they pushed you constantly to sell their specific supplements. And even though he actually liked them enough that he would suggest people would purchase specific ones from them, even after quitting and no longer having a financial arrangement with them, he quit based on the principle that that was the wrong thing to do for the customer.
Hold on a second. Omega Taro, you're absolutely incorrect about creatine. In fact, creatine has uses for people who do not work out. Creatine is naturally produced in your body, and it has multiple uses. One of which is the recovery mechanism, the energy recovery mechanism in your body. Creatine basically makes it where you can recover from expending energy. So I'm not going to get into the whole ATP CP pathway, but I will tell you that anybody that knows about the ATP or adenosine triphosphate, how it works, the cycle that it works, I believe they call it the Krebs cycle. How that works, when they talk about the ATP CP pathway, the CP is creatine phosphate. So anytime when you have a molecule of adenosine triphosphate, you have a molecule that has 3 phosphate atoms that are a part of it, and it is a physical unit of energy. And when you have locomotion in your body, when you move, you expend that energy, you're actually snatching a phosphorus atom off of the molecule. Creatine bonds with that wayward phosphorus molecule and brings it back to what is now adenosine diphosphate, brings it back to recreate the original adenosine triphosphate molecule. Now you've got more energy. Now you're ready to go. So creatine has been, people were scared about creatine, and they probably should have, because of all of the other chemicals that people are marketing as useful, and then you find out that they're not, like fat burners and all this kind of crazy shit. But if you actually do the research, this creatine is the most researched supplement in the history of supplements. Look at the current studies that are out there, and you'll find that there are good uses, as long as you don't overdo it. You have to drink a lot of water. You have to be very well hydrated to take advantage properly of creatine. The kidneys do process it, but you would have to basically just take scoops and down the entire canister of it for it to have a negative effect. If you're taking it in the 5 to 10 gram range like you're supposed to, you will not have a problem. But when you're talking about a lot of the other stuff, if you don't trust them, then good. Don't trust a lot of them. I will tell you that while you probably should not trust American supplement manufacturers right now until the FDA cracks down on them, The supplement industry in Canada actually is largely regulated. There are also third party testing third party testing companies that run facilities that actually check batches of supplements to ensure that what's in the package is actually in there and they didn't add anything else into them. And there are a couple of those third party. NSF is one of them. So if you find a supplement that is NSF certified for sport, because there's an NSF certification and then there's an NSF certified for sport certification. The regular NSF certification means that they didn't that what they claim is on the label is actually in the canister. But the NSF certified for sport tells you that they didn't add anything in there that will get you suspended or kicked out of your sports league. So, any one of you guys that are sports fans, you see that people test positive. You have USADA, you have VADA, you have WADA. You have all of these testing organizations, and a lot of these people will say, well, I took a tainted supplement. These third-party organizations are looking to take the tainted supplements out of the industry and make it just a little bit more safer to trust these people that are putting out these products. But if you see that there's a sale on Amazon for protein for $10, don't buy it. Please, save yourself.
I remember there was this one day that I tried this one supplement at the gym, this one pre-workout, the BCAA supplement, and it had some caffeine in it, and I probably had some other stuff in it because for the entire day I felt incredibly anxious and on edge.
NZK, you talk about the corruption of the FDA, but they're not even regulated by even that. That's how Wild West the supplement industry is. They're not even governed by an organization that is widely known to be, that you can buy them off. They've got problems with integrity, and they're not even regulated by them. You have to be really careful with the American companies that are not vetted by independent third-party organizations. Wow, we are covering. They got all the smoke for me in this chat. I'm loving it. They got all the smoke.
I'm actually making myself a protein shake right now since the food that I ordered 2 hours ago when we started the stream is not here. I'm hungry.
Wow, somebody's not getting a COVID-infused tip.
Nope. Usually I say tip with cash, and then I say I leave 0 tip on Grubhub or any of these apps because it kind of removes the incentive to show up. And the one time I actually do leave a tip prematurely is the one time that
that's when you get fucked, right? Yeah. I'm just a heavy tipper because I understand the economics of the food service industry. Zizo asked, how do you feel about amphetamines being mass prescribed to adults and children? Whoa.
You are a doctor.
You're let's just say that you can take the amphetamines and just apply it to pretty much all the problems that we have with the over medicating of people. I feel that people don't want to deal with the downsides of being human, and that is dealing with children who are supposed to be jumping around. They're supposed to be obnoxious. They're supposed to be rambunctious. They're supposed to be bouncing off the walls. But, when you fill up a classroom with 35 kids and only one teacher, the teacher, is going to put a bullet in their own brain if they can't get the kids to sit down. So you know what? Let's all medicate the shit out of them. The thing is, we're trying to medicate our problems away, and it doesn't work. When people don't want to feel pain. Well, I had a back injury. Well, why the fuck do you think you're feeling pain? Because your body is trying to send you a message that something's not right. So what do? Oh, let me give you a fucking opiate so you don't have to actually honor the pain signals that is telling you have to change something. So what do people do? Oh, I'm not getting, now it's a habit forming issue. Now I can't survive without it. Now I need to mainline it. I can't get another prescription. Now I got to go to the heroin dealer on the corner, right? So a lot of people want to talk about, these drug companies are so bad and these drug dealers are so bad. Well, let's look at the part that we as a society played. We told energetic young boys to sit down and be quiet with your hands folded in your lap. Now you're dealing with drug addicts everywhere. We created this, not just the drug companies. Yeah, they're diagnosing all the kids with ADHD when they're just being kids. You're diagnosing them with some weird shit when they're just being kids. But they just want everybody to sit down quietly.
Food,
no.
yeah.
No, I'm not an actual doctor, Thomas Wynn. But I do have a lot of opinions on these kinds of things, and I'm really dissatisfied. I feel like we are reaping what we've sown as a society.
I agree with you on the ADD thing, and I think it's really, really narcissistic when a teacher in a parent-teacher conference suggests that a kid get checked out for ADD rather than they check out their teaching for the fact that they're really, really boring. Like, I mean, for me to say, imagine how obnoxious I would have to be to say, instead of it being maybe the reason I have 200 viewers on this stream instead of 20,000 like Joe Rogan, that my audience doesn't have an attention span. Or, like, yeah, I mean, to be that obnoxious, to suggest that it must be that you have a mental disorder. It can't possibly be that you don't want to listen to me talk for 6 hours because maybe I'm not good at making the topic interesting. And as an adult who's had enough time to realize that I could spend
Girls
8
also
hours...
have spurts of testosterone too, Omega. Girls are not meant to sit down and be quiet either.
Like, if I could spend 8 hours working on a board repair and just to figure out why PM Sleep S4L is missing, but I could not spend 45 seconds listening to a teacher.
All right, Johnny B. Cat, thank you for coming through today. I appreciate it. But before you go, tell me what ODD is. Yeah, it's not that we don't have we don't have the attention spans because we were all fucking medicated. Like, I mean, I wasn't I think I'm a little bit older. So oppositional defiant disorder. Oh man, I'm gonna research the shit out of that. Can you not hear him? Yeah, I could.
Louis, yeah, I muted myself just so you wouldn't hear all the crackling.
Oh yeah.
Of the back.
I could hear him. Yeah, we're not. The thing is, like, optical disk drive. No, he's talking about a fake ass disorder that people are putting out there. I want to read this because this is like the comment of the night for me on this topic. The Lost Zelda. As someone with ADHD, I can honestly say I've paid more attention to teachers who are passionate about their teaching materials than teachers who are just trying to get through the curriculum. Do you know what that means? That means you don't have ADHD.
That means you have shitty teachers.
These teachers fucking suck. That's what that means.
When Remdog Cap says I disagree, it certainly exists. ADHD exists, but diagnosing it to everybody just because they find you boring is the problem. ADHD exists. It's just pretending that everybody has it rather than there's only a certain number of people that have it and the rest of the people might just find you boring. It's narcissistic. It would be like, I'm not saying that depression doesn't exist, but if I say that every woman that's ever gone on a date with me is really, really depressed, that's kind of being a narcissistic douche.
Yeah.
If every woman I go out on a date with my entire life leaves...
You know what's narcissistic? You know what's narcissistic, Lewis? Putting the camera on the food that that you're preparing on the stream.
Oh shit! I still have the desk camera on. Fuck.
Put that camera on. Oh.
Why can't I? Idiots. No, that's garlic sauce, which I usually don't treat myself to. But listen, I'm in an empty store.
Narcissist, as you have the camera on the fucking food. I'm done.
Listen, I'm in a 2,400 square foot store with nobody else here. I can enjoy some garlic sauce. Nobody's gonna have to reap the misery of that besides me. But
Andre, you're absolutely correct. Half a diagnosis on children under 16 are doctors and social workers' way of saying, I don't care enough to figure out what's the problem. So here's a diagnosis and a prescription. 100%. 100%. You got people drawing in the Twitch. I don't know. I don't know what drawing is. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I just find it's just incredibly obnoxious. If you're dating a serial killer and they just
1 second. Body fat doesn't screw up people's hormones, Omega. Hormones screw up your body fat. So you could say that having a lot of body fat actually makes you heavier than you need to be, and then it may screw up hormones on some level. But usually, it's an abnormal hormonal output that causes people to put on body fat. Think of it in terms of birth control. Birth control is something that women take that directly affects hormonal production, and they gain weight due to it. Is more that kind of issue. I don't really want to talk about ketogenic diets. I don't believe in any diet that ends in the word diet. So if you guys want to get into it, we'll get into it. But I would like to actually let Lewis finish a fucking thought. What are you saying, Lewis?
Oh, I was inhaling my meal. No, I think it's very obnoxious when people say it's not that I'm boring, you have ADD. It's not that I'm a really bad date, you have clinical depression. It's not that I'm not a serial killer sharpening my knife in the car, you have anxiety. It's really, teachers are one of those very few professions where you can suggest that your customer, the student, be diagnosed with a mental illness if they think that you're bad at your job. Like, you don't get to diagnose your potential customers.
That's disrespectful.
What?
If you don't like the way I'm droning, you have a mental illness. We need to put some chemicals in your body so that you will find my monotone droning to be interesting. Okay? If you fall asleep during my 7-hour lecture talking about shit you don't care about, we need to medicate you.
I was really, really hoping with coronavirus that one of the things that would change was education. Because most people know that our education system sucks. And they have this idea that if you just put a little bit more money into it, then it'll get a little better. In New York, I think we're up to $22,000 per year per student, and it still kind of sucks. Because it's based on the same shit system from, God only know, 150, 200 years ago.
They should all have MacBook Pros. For $22,000 per student? Shit.
No, giving every student an iPad, adding like mild changes in curriculum, none of this shit really is going to do it. And I thought, what's going to do it is you forcefully shut down the existing system. So this means that there is now this great incentive, because the system is not in session and not working, for someone else to actually come up with it. Because the people that could come up with an alternative are not going to come up with an alternative when there is a state-mandated system that everybody must follow. You're not really going to come up with an alternative if everybody's forced into some other system anyway. But if the other system doesn't work, now people can start getting creative, and they may actually come up with something that is considerably better. Like, this is one thing that's interesting when I hear people talk about free college. In many ways, free education arrived. It's called the internet. But most people are not going to college to actually get the education. They're going to get a piece of paper that will allow them to get a job. And the internet doesn't allow you to easily get a piece of paper that will let you get a job.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But I also don't like the thought of the concept of free college, because when they talk, is it really free if you're a tax-paying citizen? Shouldn't your taxes, and this is another reason why I think a lot of people believe that taxation is theft, because in the end we're paying all of these taxes, and what do we see back for it? We don't see a motherfucking thing. Our roads still have potholes. We have underpaid police officers. We have overworked police officers, because when you start talking about defunding the police, we're not talking about not making sure that they have the things that they need to do their job, but making sure that police don't have to do 7 different jobs. let police just be police and fund them for that, right? People are not seeing the return on their tax investment, thus it's theft.
Have you
Well,
ever heard that saying?
where the fuck are our taxes going? Oh, to Halliburton? How many fucking F-35 fucking jets do we need? A lot of people don't know this, but the latest stimulus package that the Republicans wanted to put out there put as an item in there that they needed $2 billion for more F-35 jets to fight coronavirus. You're gonna you're gonna fire a missile into the virus? Like, what do you need what do you need more F-35? What are you doing?
We haven't tried it yet. Let's be fair. But
well, but then you have to be able to pinpoint it. And, like, you're not going to use an F-35 to defeat the coronavirus. So why is that in there? So people are not seeing the return on their investment. So you're like, well, I'm paying all this money and we've got all this shit that's fucked up. Where is my money going?
You know when JFK said, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country?
Uh-oh.
Well,
okay. Say that
what,
again?
You know when JFK said, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country? I'm going to ask what you can do for me if you're taking 38% of my salary. Just saying. Like, if you weren't taking 38% of my money, plus property tax, plus sales tax, plus everything else, I wouldn't really give a shit what you could do for me. But if you're going to take almost half of what I fucking earn, you really got to earn it.
Well, Preza, I would agree with you that taxes are not voluntary, therefore it's theft by definition. But the thing is that there are people out there not paying the taxes. If you agree to take a job and you take that job knowing that the taxes are going to be taken out, then you did technically agree to it. It's like if you get on Facebook and then they ban you for something that you say, well, it is in the terms and conditions. And so since you didn't take them to court and you use the service, then you are kind of by default agreeing to those terms and services.
And so the person who asked what I'm eating,
I agree with you, Preza, and then I half disagree just because of that.
For the person who asked what this is, this is lentils, brown rice, some mild garlic sauce, and some salsa. It's beautiful. I love lentils. No, but it is not legal to work without paying tax.
No, homeless people opted out. Just saying. I mean, you could be homeless. I know that that's not like really the point that you're making, but there are people that have opted out of paying taxes. I know, Preza. I know it's not a very good argument, but also remember too, our own president doesn't believe in paying taxes. Why do you think his financial documents, he's trying to keep them out of the New York Attorney General's hands? Because he doesn't believe in paying taxes either. All right. There are people in our country that don't pay taxes. And yes, it's not legal, but there are people who are finding ways around it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's cut regulations, but the theft by your definition is still taking place. They may have cut down regulations, but they haven't cut all the regulations.
I'll definitely ask what someone can do for me if they're taking 38% of my money. Now, if they don't want me to ask what they're going to do for me, I'm happy to change that arrangement.
Yeah, exactly. See,
I would opt out of Social Security.
If you make under 12K, you don't even need to file a tax return. Again, if you don't want to pay taxes, just be poor. It'll be legal for you not to pay taxes. Just be ultra fucking poor. Straddle the line between alive and dead, and it'll become legal to not pay taxes. Tax avoidance is legal. Tax evasion is illegal. Yeah, that's a fucking fine line. That's a fine line. But we have one of the worst infrastructure systems in the developed world. Our taxes are not going to everybody. So when somebody complains to me about, oh, they just want free college, well, you're making college a necessity to survive. So if you're saying that it's a necessity, then it should be a universal right. And don't tell me that we don't have the money for it, because it doesn't really cost all that much money when you look at how much money we spend every year on developing ways to kill people better. Wait, 12K a year, my money is about what I make now. See, Praiser? Solved your problem.
The argument there that they're making is, if you make it, it's difficult to calculate what it winds up
Absolutely
costing,
worth
because
it.
the more people that wind up wanting college, the more it's going to cost. So as more people decide to go to college, as college becomes free, then it becomes more and more expensive. So that whatever projections you have as to what it will cost to make is not it's not something that you can say is statically. You can't say free college will cost X amount of dollars, because the more people that decide to go once they realize it's free, the more the colleges start charging.
Yeah,
Then
but
it's
they've
going to.
already done that. I
Yeah,
mean,
they've done that to. That's the whole argument. Like, people that are against the concept of college being free for everybody are saying, like, in my day when I grew up, you could work part time at a gas
I agree
station
with
and go
that,
to
Kreese.
college.
Mm-hmm.
But
Somebody said something about $750 billion. You know what's really messed up about our defense budget? And I don't think a lot of people think about this one particular thing. Geographically speaking, we have probably one of the biggest advantages in the world from a military standpoint, because just simply because of geography. We have, to the left of us, we have the Pacific Ocean, and to the right of us, we have the Atlantic Ocean, right? So it would be extremely difficult for the world's leading military powers to get a leg up on us, because no matter what you do, you have to solve for geography. The X in this equation, you have to solve for geography. So the fact that we spend the wild amounts of money that we do on killing machines, when not only do we hold massive geographical advantages against the likes of Russia and China, which are the two biggest threats that most people would say, if there was going to be some massive warfare, some massive scale war, that it would probably come from one of those two or supported by one of those two. They still have their navies pale in comparison to what we already have. So they're at a severe disadvantage, yet we outspend them by astronomical numbers, right? It doesn't make any sense. We can cut our defense budget in half and still whoop their ass and pay for safety nets that doesn't give luxuries to people who don't want to work for them. The luxuries should be reserved for our entrepreneurs and the people that work hard and are the smartest, right? But we don't, but it would prevent just mass misery around the country. Like, if you have people who are working poor, then they should at least have a domicile to live in and food to eat. At least that, right? If we took some of the money that we took to developing better killing machines, when we already have a massive geographical disadvantage when you're talking about war tactics, we're not going to be hurting. And that doesn't even account for the fact that we have bases all over the world, right? Pretty much taking over the planet, right? I just kind of feel like when somebody says we don't have the money, or, oh, you guys just want free college. And the thing is, if you're talking about free college, we're not talking about free handout money that we just spend. We're talking about the opportunity to get educated and to become useful members of society. So when people argue against that, that gets on my goddamn nerves. It sounds like Dr. Eva Genius is promoting UBI. I'm not really sure how that would work or how that's implemented. See, the thing is, it's not a zero-sum game, right? And Crease, I agree with you. You don't need college to be useful, but a lot of companies for a long time required that piece of paper just to get hired, regardless of how much skill that you have.
Are companies
Thankfully,
actually
we're
trying
moving
to?
away from that.
Yeah, are companies hiring people that with a college degree because that actually makes them better, or are they hiring people with a college degree because they don't have a system to figure out who the smart people and who the productive people are, so they've just come up with this really generic, watered down way? And I think it's more of the latter. Like if you really do want to learn anything on a number
I
of
agree.
different topics, we have better ways of doing it than gathering 40 people in a room and then charging you out the ass for listening to what the professor has to say for that 40 minutes. I think that by putting together the discussion
I
of
agree
free
with that
college
right
isn't
there.
even what I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking, is this really the means to get people up to speed? You know, you take people who are 18 years old, who have no idea what they want to do with their life, have them choose what they want to do with their life, and
MapLed has this statement. So we're going to debunk this right quick. How about cutting welfare for lazy people who take advantage of the system by having 10 kids? The number of people that engage in that behavior is so small that they're not even statistically relevant. That is a trope. That is a stereotype that is absolutely false, right? So a lot of people believe that, they have this mind, they have in mind the black woman that has 10 kids by 7 different guys and doesn't even give them names that are worthy to put on a resume. But the fact of the matter is, the vast majority of people on welfare are working poor white people. The working poor white people who are actually working hard every day. Those are the people that make up the vast majority of people who are on welfare in this country. In fact, Walmart has been widely panned for intentionally paying their workers below a certain amount to make sure that they would qualify for public assistance. And there are companies that are doing that. You have a battle in California where Lyft and Uber are threatening to pull out of the state of California because they don't want to protect the people that make them money and push their stock prices higher. So this trope about, Shaka Quanisha and her 10 kids on welfare, it's bogus. It is completely fucking bogus. The vast majority of Americans are working really fucking hard. In the last 50 years, production from the rank and file American worker is up over 400%. We're doing over 400 times the work per employee than they were doing in 1970. But in 1970, they were paid a living wage. Wages have stagnated. So you
how
have
do you
inflation, and you have other things like college and housing that have risen way above the rate of normal inflation. But you have people who are working 4 times as hard, but the wages don't go up to meet that. Right? That's what's really going on in this country.
how do you
So
measure productivity? Like when they say, I've heard that a lot, where they say productivity has gone up and wages have gone down, but how do they actually measure productivity? I'm really curious about that.
I'm pretty sure that it's one of those metrics that are compiled in different ways. You have certain companies that have a certain business model, and they will produce, X number of products at this time, but then with better methods, or the mass production method. And this is where people start talking about, oh my God, China, they're moving all the jobs to India and China, cheap labor, things of that nature. Things become cheaper to produce, and also we innovate, so we can produce more with less effort. But there's brain power that goes into the innovation. So when you have the marketplace flooded with a bunch of people who are more educated today than they were in 1970, people are more credentialed today. People work longer hours because their expenses say that they can't just work one 40-hour-a-week job and pay to have their kids go to college and to buy a home and to buy a car and to eat decent food and to wear decent clothes. 50 years ago, you could do that on one salary. Now you've got people who are not getting their health insurance from their employer anymore, because their employer will only give them 29 hours a week so that they don't make the 30-hour-a-week requirement to get health insurance. And we all know how the cost of health insurance is fucking everybody. I mean, you're talking about people who are upstanding members of society that have gone completely fucking broke because one family member got sick, and that's just the end of it. Like, we've seen people get fucked over. So,
the interesting thing with healthcare is that you have Medicaid, which is for people who are on the broker end of the spectrum, which meaning they're probably not providing as much economic value.
Yeah.
And then you have Medicare, which is for the old who are usually retired. So our healthcare system is set up to where if you're providing low economic value or no economic value, we care about your health. But if you're providing economic value, you can go bankrupt for medical bills, which I think is really interesting. It's set up in a way where the healthcare system.
Hold on a second. Nuke. You're giving me anecdotal proof, which is not proof at all. You have a cousin that's like that. That's great. That is not statistically relevant. So I recognize that there are people like that, but they're not statistically relevant. So you're proposing tearing down an entire system because of your cousin. That is not statistically relevant. So let's stay on course here.
What would make it statistically relevant?
Americans are hard-working people who are not seeing the fruits of their own labor. Again, you can make six figures being a mailman, but not everyone's going to be a mailman.
Who the fuck's making six figures as a mailman?
I don't know, but somebody's making the fucking claim. Like, people are just... They're making this a reductivist argument when it's so much more complicated than that. Well, if you got into tech, then you just get a better job. And it's like, okay, if a company already has everybody that they need, and again, we're back to the same doctrine as the college, right? You say, well, if everybody goes to college, then everybody would be prosperous. All right, well, if you turn it into an employer's market, and let's say I've got a business where I repair MacBook motherboards. And then everybody says, well, the way to get rich, the way to have a net worth like Louis Rossman is to fix MacBooks, is to fix Mac. I'm going to go. And then everybody goes to learn how to fix MacBooks. To the point where most people can just fix their own MacBook. If you've already flooded the fucking market, then the market itself loses value. Supply and demand. So not everybody can just, hey, well, look at this one guy. He was able to do it. That's him. He occupies that position. You can't then go occupy his position unless you come up with something better. Well, what if you can't? Not everybody's meant to be an entrepreneur. But I don't believe that it's necessary for everybody to live in abject misery and abject poverty when you work hard. And I'm not talking about the people that aren't working hard. I'm talking about the people that do and are not seeing the fruits of their own labor.
I think that what they're saying there is that the people who work really hard, who rely on government assistance because they don't see the fruits of their labor, and the people who are gaming the system and don't do jack shit receive the same benefits. And there is a certain point at which people's tolerance stops. They stop caring, and that tolerance is different for every person because they see different things in their own areas. But I am curious.
Yeah, it looks like that to me, Novel. It looks like a microscopic mouse took a bite out of that out of that chip. It's a little weird looking. Yeah, Minion-Cell, I definitely agree with that. Most trades like plumbing, welding, electricians need hundreds of thousands of positions filled. You guys have already seen on this channel that we've got too many Eugenes, right? And
yes.
When I'm talking about Eugene, I'm also talking about the fact that the average age of people in those professions are above the age of 50. And how did we get there? When I was a kid, people looked down on the electrician. They looked down on the plumber. They looked down on the welder. They looked down on the carpenter. because those were dumb people jobs. Dumb people jobs. If you wanted to, get, in order to get to date this woman or to get this kind of prestige in society, you needed to wear a suit and tie and you needed to carry a briefcase. So a lot of people went into services and they left the blue collar. And then who's going to fix the shit that we need fixed? Right? Like, so you guys have seen the political cartoons of the woman that tells the kid that if he doesn't study in school, he's going to end up like the guy that's taking out the garbage. But the garbage guy makes $80,000 a year with the pension and benefits. Like we're to look down on the guys that actually do shit with their hands, as we're watching right now with Mr. Lewis Rossman of Rossman Repair Group. We need, changing people's perception of those things will get people back into those very, very sorely needed sectors of society.
Larry Sharp wanted to make it so that for the last year of high school, instead of your senior year being what's typically 2 or 3 classes, people smoking weed in the stairwell and then going home at 10:40 a.m., is you either don't have school, you get to work on a trade, or you get to work on college prep. So if you wanted to become a plumber, you get to work with in a class with a bunch of people that want to become a plumber, and you get to actually start learning your trade a year early. He had a lot of good ideas and how.
Absolutely.
He was going to fund it with the money that he used by renaming every single bridge and landmark that was named after Cuomo.
Zetos, I'm a former UPSer. I don't wish that. I only wish UPS on my worst enemy. I did 6 years, hard time, at UPS. Okay? Would not recommend. And the thing is, that's a union job, and from the last that I hear from people that were in the union that I was in, the contracts that they've signed since I have left the company, it doesn't look good for the home team. We're talking about even the drivers. They're not treated as well by the company as in past years. It's I would not recommend. I worked in one of the busiest hubs in fact, I worked at the headquarters, the New York headquarters, and would not recommend. Yeah, Ken Mason. I said that earlier in the stream when we were talking about prostitution. If you want to be a prostitute, you should only be a prostitute because you love to fuck.
Your hobby should be your profession for you to be happy.
Yeah, people who love what they do are never at work. And that's why I love what I do.
I push back a little bit on that because I think people should do what they are good at, not what they want to do. Because what you're good at is going to be what you eventually love. So
Zizo, the reason why I'm saying this is because I know about collective bargaining. And I know that my experience at the company is also a very similar experience for everybody in the union, because the conditions in the building were collectively bargained and everybody was miserable. So it's not just about me. So like you were saying, anecdotal evidence and all of that, I get that. But in this particular situation, when you're talking about my experience there was collectively bargained. And from what I understand, the conditions have gotten worse because of collective bargaining. So it's just not as, even the perks that they did have, they don't have anymore. Not everyone can capitalize on something they enjoy or are good at, which is the very argument that I use for the pull up your bootstrap people. Not everybody can be Jeff Bezos, because if they could, they would. And we'd all make $13 billion on a random Monday during an epidemic or a pandemic. But the fact of the matter is, people have different situations, different interests. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not one of those subjects where you can just be all reductivist and just say, well, you should just do this and everything's going to work out. life is much more complicated than that. There's so many different paths that you can take, so many different realities that you could be living, that just to reduce it by saying, oh, these people are just lazy. How about you go out there into different communities and see how hard people are working. I'm talking about in rural areas, in the suburbs, in the inner cities. You guys hear about, the protests and the shootings, but you don't hear about the people who are just minding their fucking business and go to work and hope that they can make it to work when the bullets are flying. So we I feel like we have to think about things with the nuance that they deserve. Case in point, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people who are watching tonight, who are interacting with us tonight, you guys may not agree with cancel culture. Well, why is that? Because you guys understand the concept of nuance, that it's not just someone said N-word, automatically get fired. Well, in what context was the word used? Were they trying to be malicious? Were they quoting somebody? Like, let's be reasonable here, right? So, my thing is, like, I feel like we could just do so much better with, thank you. Yes, ma'am. She's awesome. We could do so much better by applying the nuance principle to the subjects that we speak of, because, what's good for the goose is not always what's good for the duck. And it's not good for the Tyrannosaurus Rex or the Louis Rossmann, right?
Or the gander.
Well, the gander is just another name for the goose.
I disagree to some extent on people doing what they love. I think people should do what they are good at, because when you are very, very good at something and you're productive at it and you can make money at it, and people are saying, wow, you're really good at this, thank you so much for helping me by doing the thing you were good at, you kind of start to love the thing you do. Personally, I don't like this. I want it to be either a therapist or an audio engineer. I remember telling my parents, literally, the last thing that I want to do is fix computers. I do not want to do this for a living. I remember telling my dad this when I was 17 and trying to go into another field. I literally said, this is my nightmare, that this is what I do for a living. And this board had holes in it. It had numerous holes in it that you saw, and is now turning on and taking 900 milliamps to an amp. I like it. Now I like it. I don't like it because I liked it. I like it because I'm exceptionally good at it. I'm good at it enough to the point where 1.2 million people watch it. I can make money at it. And I kind of...
Main event starting now.
Oh,
you had to drive that
yeah.
stake in my chest.
With this whole idea of people following their passion, I think it leads people to do, like, I really am passionate about building electric bicycles. I also fucking suck at it, and let's face it, one of the reasons I don't show people how to build them is because if you follow my advice on how to build them, your nuts will probably go on fire. And he can speak to that because he's had my bike that I built myself in his car, smelling of burned lithium.
He roasted his nuts.
I am passionate. It's my hobby. I'm passionate about it. I love it. I would never fucking try to do it for money because I suck at it. Like, the guy that the head of Goldman Sachs is a DJ. He doesn't make money as a DJ because he fucking sucks as a DJ. I think that I'm worried about a system that encourages people to always follow their passion at the expense of everything else. Because when you're young, I think people think of their passion as their hobby rather than what they're genuinely good at. And what makes me passionate about this now is that I'm really good at it. I'm good at it. When I see the smile on a customer's face that was told by 4 other places that their data is gone. When I see what people are doing to the other machines, like the one I show you where all the resistors were destroyed because the jackass that worked at that tech company fucked everything up. I'm happy that we can fix that. I'm happy when I can give someone their data back. I'm happy when Apple says it's going to be 2,000 and I can say it was just this pin, and I get to do that on national news. That's fun. But if I were to just follow my passion, I'd probably still be trying to be an audio engineer right now and record music for a living when I didn't even know how to find the bridge of a song. I agree with the idea that everybody's starting in a different place.
Yeah.
But and there's also it also depends on where you live. If you live someplace where everyone is really hardworking and they're getting fucked over constantly and everything is expensive, you're probably going to be on the side of wanting to see more people get that assistance. And if you live someplace where every day you see people catcalling every single person that walks outside with the brown bags on their stoop, drinking all day, cursing, and never in the wife beater tank top without doing anything, you're probably going to be on the side of saying fuck these people wasting all the welfare money that could be kept in my wallet as taxes. Or
Right.
it really depends on your perspective. It depends on where you are. The thing that I think is universal is that the money that we spend on certain areas, like the military, is probably a bit too much.
I love you,
That
Tom.
when the government takes actions that over the course of, let's say, 100 years devalues the currency by 97%, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Because,
Mhm.
like, because both people are debating as to why living standards have dropped, but it's not really something that. But the idea that the currency is worth less, or that it is harder now than it was 20 or 30 or 40 years ago to own a home with a basic job, is something that most people can agree with. Like, whether or not we agree on the why, that is true.
Mhm. Well, oh wait, I can't. Oh yeah, I didn't know if you were still saying something. I also feel like this too. A lot of people, both in the YouTube and the uh in the Twitch chat, are saying similar things about them going into their passion, and now what they love they now hate. This is where I start to talk to people about the concept of self-love. And this is probably, when we first started working out together, that that is part of my intake process. I spoke to you, I talked to all of my clients about the concept of self-love, right?
That's why he tried to get me a date with that woman at the gym, because I had too much self love going on.
But then
Also, when we
also when it was time for you to shut her down, I was letting you know it's time to shut that shit down, right? Once you
yeah,
found out what you needed to know, it was it was time to go, right? So when I talk about the concept of sex of when I talk about the concept of self-love, right? I'm talking about things that a lot of people might not necessarily connect to the concept of self-love. Well, if I do things that is going to make me money, that means I love myself. If I'm going to meet a chick who's going to blow my dick and swallow my nut, then I love myself. No, that is just self-serving. That's superficial self-serving shit. Okay. When we're talking about when we're talking about self-love, we're talking about something on very, very basic levels. Like, when you feel pain, do you just ignore it? When you're uncomfortable, physically or otherwise, do you just ignore it and just keep doing whatever it is that you were doing? When people make you uncomfortable, do you continue to still hang out with them? When a man doesn't treat you right, ladies, do you give him 55 different chances to shit on you the same way, 56 different times? Guys, do you put up with women that you find are boring because you like to put your meat in her buns, right? These are all concepts that shows that we don't really love ourselves the way that we truly deserve. If we don't if we don't acknowledge the different things in our life that are not serving us the way that they should, then are we just don't love each other. We don't love ourselves the way that we should. So when you go and you follow your passion, it really is an awesome thing. But if you overdo it, if you're chasing the next dollar, like I said, I've always loved personal training. I've always loved fitness, but I've never taken the client that I did not like personally. I've never taken anybody's money if I could not vibe with them, because money is great, but money comes and goes. But how I feel in the hour that I need to deal with you, is that really worth the dollar amount? And that's the question that you have to ask yourselves. How much does chasing that next dollar mean to you? And is there some benefit to doing so? Or are we talking about the law of diminishing returns, right? The investment that you're putting into whatever your passion is, are you going so far to the point where you then hate it? Well, maybe we need to pull back a little bit.
maybe we need to do something else to diversify our income streams to make sure that the things we love, that we still love them. I put up with a lot of lean economic times in order to make sure that I stayed true to myself. Now I'm in a situation where things are looking up a little bit, where I still don't have to go further than it. I don't have to go further than my actual psychological tolerance can handle. Because if you go out there to earn so much money and then you become a millionaire, but then all the stress you put yourself under gives you a fucking brain tumor and you die, then what was the fucking point of getting the $1 million? Nah, there's a balance. Balance is the key to life, along with money, power, respect. I gotta say, money, power, respect is what those are keys to life. All right, but balance is the one that will take you exactly where you want to go. Does it mean that you should spend half your time loafing and half your time working? No, it's different for everybody. If you don't want to work hard, work smart. But if you really are starting to feel like, yo, damn, I'm really not enjoying this anymore when I used to love it, then you need to have that inner talk with yourself. Like, okay, what am I doing with my life? What are my goals? What is it that I actually want to accomplish in this life? Do I want my life to just be, well, I chased money for 65 years and then I got sick and died? Or do you want to experience more out of life? What is the path that's going to take you to where you want to be beyond just subsistence? So that's what I'm talking about when it comes to self-love. Don't run yourself into the fucking ground where you fucking hate life, because then again, what's the fucking point? Yeah, the living standard, traditionalist, that's a good point you make about the standard of living. But remember that we have a lot of companies that paid a lot of good money to psychologists to figure out how to manipulate us into consuming more than we can actually afford. There is a psychological war going on to keep their profits as high as they are. So it's not to say that we're not personally responsible for the decisions that we make, but understand that there is a war going on for your mind so that they can have access to your dollar. I pay about $1,200 for a 2-room apartment with a bank telling me I can't afford a house. I'm paying almost double that. I want to know where the $1,200 apartments are. Somebody tell me.
My board killed itself.
Yeah, John Othwallo. Yeah, you could definitely. Yeah, Apple is definitely one of those. Apple is definitely one of those companies. And also, thank you for the subscription on my YouTube channel. I did peep that. It is much appreciative. Of course, I do a lot of raging. I rage game. I think Lewis, he's really chill. He's really super chill when he plays Dota. Me, I'm calling everybody a bum ass bum. Well, Minion style, I understand that Alabama has $1,200 apartments, but I would like to not be lynched. So I'm just going to not go to Alabama. Yeah, you guys need to watch his Dota streams. I feel like you guys are. I think you guys are like, because when I go into his Dota stream, there's like 35 people in there. So
I'm bad at Dota.
I mean, I'm not the best Infinite Warfare player. I need to make that fucking clear. I'm not the best Infinite Warfare player, but I'm okay. And I do a lot of raging. So if you are following my Twitch or subscribing to my YouTube or following on Facebook or whatever, I'm just letting you guys know I'm a rage gamer. Now, if you guys want to talk about different concepts, if you come into my stream talking about different concepts, that will probably actually make the streams more fun in between getting bad lag and people playing like bum ass bums and bitch ass cowards.
My board just killed itself.
No, it committed seppuku.
And my son of a bitch. I didn't turn my cleaner on.
You know what? I'll be a good streamer guy, and I'll put F in the chat too. What mobile games do I enjoy? I'm glad that you asked.
You have
I'm a
offended
big fan.
an Alabama resident.
You
I
said
will leave
commit
this to-
Sudoku. I have 2 games that I really love on mobile. And they are kind of, you know, pay to win kind of sort of. But the 2 games I really love is Asphalt 9 and I also play this game called Empires and Puzzles, which is like some sort of it's like one of those match 3 games. Like I don't know if you guys remember Bejeweled. What was it? Bejeweled? Bejeweled. That's what it used to be called? Something Jeweled back in the day. Yeah, Moose says he gets a lot of ads for Empires and Puzzles. I really enjoy the game a lot. You know, like, you know, I'm in, you know, I play in a club. I play in a top. I'm in a top 25 club on Asphalt 9. Oh no, I don't want to hear about Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god, I'm not gonna rant on Raid Shadow Legends. All I'm
I
gonna
don't know what that
is
game is.
I will never ever download it ever, just because of the way, the sleazy way that they market their product. It's disgusting.
What is that game? Why do I hear about it so often? Why does everybody hate it? And question number 4, you made someone very mad from Alabama.
No, they were saying that they have $1,200 apartments in Alabama, and I'm like, well, my skin is about 6 shades too dark for Alabama.
They said, hold the fuck up. Who are you to say you're going to get lynched if you move to Alabama? That's you stereotyping us.
Oh, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. I was making a tongue-in-cheek joke. If you took that personally, then I don't know what to say. I'm an offensive motherfucker. Yeah. Did you know that they are actually putting games out where it's just actual porn? Like actual porn games. Like I'm getting ads for actual fucking porn games now. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, but at repair shops cannot advertise because it's hard to tell which ones are legitimate on Google.
I'm not an Xbox guy. I do have an Xbox One. And one of my ladies plays that Lego shit where you plug in like the fucking platform and you buy all the dolls for it, and they have like all the expansion packs. Like she's the only one that uses the Xbox One. I'm on PS4 doing that that Infinite Warfare shit. But Asphalt 9, I'm in one of the top 25 club families on iOS. Yes, Lego Dimensions. Thank you, Remdog Cat. I've bought her so many expansion packs for that thing, and she really enjoys it. And I love it when she's happy doing shit that she enjoys. But yeah, those are the 2 games that I love. Like I'm not the best A9 player. Like there are a lot, you know, the racing meta is so complicated in that game that like I've been playing the game since hard launch, and I'm still getting beat by the best racers for like time attacks. I get beat by anywhere between 3 and 9 seconds. And and no matter how much I learn how to, you know, race certain tracks, I just, but you know, I'm still trying to figure that out. But the woman that I've been with the longest, right? We'll just call her my primary partner. She loves blood and gore, but she also loves Disney. Lots and lots of Disney. and she loves, you know, the Lego movies and all that stuff. So, you know, she really loves to get she really loves you know, playing the Lego. When I was a kid, I played with Legos. So, you know. Oh, but not Moose. Like they actually do have like porn uh like the advertisements for games. It's so blatant now. It's just nasty. I was too poor for Connects, but I did want it. I wanted to build stuff. I wanted, you know, to do 3D puzzles, but you know, I also had to I really couldn't worry too much about not getting Connects. I had to worry about not getting beaten to death by my relatives. So, you know, when I look back on those things, it's like, damn, it would have been cool if I had access to a lot of that shit. But, um, you know, that's just what it is. But I used to see the Connect stuff, and I was just like, yo, that shit is fucking cool. Like, I wanted like all the 3D fucking Hot Wheels expansion shit, but you know that wasn't my reality. So, you know, that's just what it is. But yeah, that would have been really fucking cool. But Connects, I thought was really cool. There was a lot of those build up shit that, you know, that they had when I was a kid. You know, now they just hand the kid an iPad now, and then they complain when he doesn't have an attention span. So I don't know. If Disney did go gore, I think that my primary partner would be busting all kinds of lady nuts.
I'm at
How
the
did
stage.
your neighbor girl steal your Xbox? Damn, son.
Lewis, are you
you
still
doing?
running a school? I was going to do classes in person, and then COVID happened, and then no.
Yeah, I wouldn't get rid of it either. Yeah, it's life, Supreme Genesis. You know, I survived it, and I help people with the experiences that I survived. So I guess it's a net positive for society. Nobody is forced to switch to ARM. Apple is their own platform and infrastructure, and MS has long stopped really developing ARM OS. Even Windows 10 on ARM on TIWA, which is Toradec solution, was nothing more than a student project. I heard recently that NVIDIA is bidding to purchase ARM. So it seems like Apple wanted to get away from NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's like, not so fast, buddy.
I think they more wanted to get rid of Intel. Because everything that they've done with the T2 chip on this new machine, it does the job that Intel's platform controller hub used to do. So even
Yeah,
on
but
the machines that
they got rid of Intel's video boards though.
oh yeah, because they're not using the integrated graphics in the CPU anymore. If there's no Intel CPU,
Yep.
it's really the end of an era for Intel.
Yeah. But I actually I know a lot of you guys hate Apple. I used
How
to
would you
hate
guess
Apple.
that?
Yeah,
Are you stereotyping my audience?
No, because I've seen a lot of I've been in your streams and I've been watching your videos long enough that a lot of people are like F Apple. And
Now I'm
I don't
offended
mind
even
that.
more than the dude from Alabama. Are you stereotyping my viewers?
No.
How
I said a lot. I didn't say all.
how dare you assume that a lot of my viewers hate Apple? They all do.
But I was one of those people that were on all of the tech sites, and I was very firmly in the corner of Samsung in the rounded corners litigation that was going on about 10 years ago, when they were going at each other super hard in the last 5 to 10 years. And I was firmly in the Android crowd, and I was like, fuck Apple. I would never buy any of their things. And then like I started to
If
I
you're about to
started to
say watch
kind
my
of pay
channel, I'm gonna
attention
hang up on you.
to what was going on behind the scenes. because like I was only really knowledgeable on a surface level, and I just felt like, oh, you're gonna sue somebody for having rounded corners? Fuck you! You're not gonna get my money. And then you find out that, at the time, like half of the components of the iPhone was made by the people that they were suing, and then that the people they were suing were also, engaging in the abuse of patent law. And then you had like all of these fucking these patent vultures that would spring up everywhere, and I'm like, yo, this is a really fucking messy game, and it doesn't seem like there are a lot of people who are actually innocent in all of this, besides maybe the consumer. But they were all fucking each other in the ass, and it was kind of like, well, I'm gonna kind of step out of that argument, and I'm just gonna start, judging each company on how they treat the customers, because to me, the industry looks like a massive circle jerk. I mean, if you look at what's going on between Apple and Epic right now, I'm looking at that shit like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Meister Krieg says, I only dislike Apple's PC division. Lewis's catchphrase is fuck Apple. Yeah, I'm very well aware of that.
That got put it in evidence in a Norwegian court. This one guy, like, after I gave my testimony, he didn't respond to a single thing I said. He just brought up 4 videos. Fuck Apple Part 1, fuck Apple Part 2, fuck Apple Part 3, and the number one reason that Apple pisses me off. And he asked, are these your videos? And then I said, yes. And then he said, I'm done. And then he sat back down without discussing anything or having any other arguments. I found that to be hysterical. Yeah, it was a case June with Henrik Husby. It was in June of last year. That was literally the entirety of the opposition's argument.
Ethan P wants to know, how do I get this motivated to talk to people? I spend a lot of time avoiding people. Like when I'm done streaming or I'm done with my podcast and I'm not training anybody, I don't want to hear from a motherfucking soul. I don't want to hear from anybody. Leave me alone. But you guys are so great in the chat. Like, I really wish that my chat was popping like this. Like this, like a lot of people say, oh, I want to get big on YouTube. Oh, I want to, get that YouTube money. Or I want to get, those I want to get those Twitch subscribers, and I want to get donations and all this other shit, right? My dream when I got on YouTube back in the days of Black Ops 2, I don't know if you guys remember Black Ops 2, was that I wanted to create gameplay commentary videos, and I wanted to express myself and have conversations with people like I saw that everybody else was doing before, the streaming took over the gameplay commentary genre. So I just kind of felt like, if I can make videos that everybody wants to watch and that everybody is entertained by, and if people find my ideas to be entertaining, whether they agree with them or not, that was my YouTube dream. It wasn't my dream to get YouTube rich. Now, I spent over 10 grand on my setup, which the ladies in my life, let me tell you, they were kind of like, I don't really think, this is a great use of money. But now since the Rona has begun, they're a little bit more supportive, because now I have a podcast, which technically I get paid for, technically. Since one of them now works from home, and we haven't bought the high-powered laptop from the company that will not be named.
Time to hang up on this guy.
She uses my my Windows rig that I'm actually on right now with my massive 38-inch ultra-wide monitor that I love so much because it allows me to look at all the chats. I'm kind of getting a taste of what I was looking for when I actually joined the YouTube community almost, what was it, like 7-8 years ago. So my channels are like irrelevant, but I have like this core group of people who pop up in the street. Oh, woo, that was good, right? That pop up in the stream, no matter what I'm doing, no matter how much I'm raging at the game, no matter what I'm actually saying, they still support. So I just want to say, like, I've always admired Lewis for his brain, But I admired him even more when we would take walks outside the gym, and then random people in the middle of Manhattan would recognize him. I'm like, holy shit, this motherfucker is a fucking celebrity.
That never stops being weird.
Man, yo, like, I don't know, man. It's just fucking cool. So, for me, it's easy to get up for, I don't even know how long we've been up. What is our uptime?
Almost 4 hours.
God damn it. I do stream Call of Duty for anywhere between, 2 and 8 hours at a time. Yeah. But Lewis doesn't quite understand why you guys support him, but I understand why you guys support him.
They have nothing better to do? I forced them to watch?
Actually, Milani 7, I'm glad you brought up Windows Phone. I started out with Windows Phone. I had like this fucking flip. What was one of these? I forget the manufacturer of that fucking super slim phone that they had on Sprint. That shit was super fucking slim, and it wasn't the Razr. So nobody say Razr. But I had this. I don't think Nokia made that one particular device. Actually, I think that what I had, it was a Windows phone, but it was a white label piece of hardware, and I forget the color. I forget the company that actually made the phone, but it was a slide. It was like, it looked like the T-Mobile Sidekick, but it kind of just slid, like the screen slid up and revealed the keyboard, and it had Windows Mobile on it. Yo, that was my motherfucking shit. It wasn't the Kin, it wasn't ZTE, it wasn't HTC. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can do. I'm gonna see if I can get a Google slide up Windows Phone. Oh, did I get this? It might have been. Oh, it was an HTC device. My bad. Yeah, you guys got it right. It was an HTC device. And I think
HTC made stuff for everybody back then.
That's why I went into HTC when Android came out. When I decided to go Android, yeah, I had the HTC Touch Pro 2. That shit was fucking fire with the tilt up screen. I have the original Touch Pro. I had which one of these did I have? The Evo Shift 4G. I had that shit. I was upgrading my phones like every 3 or 4 months because I was like, that's fire. I got to get it. That's fire. I got to get it. And I would spend all my money on upgrading fucking cell phones.
This is back when there was actual innovation from month to month in getting a cell phone, and it wasn't just like right now, like buying a new cell phone. Yeah, buying a new cell phone now is take the phone, put it closer to your face.
Man, that I was a Windows Phone guy. Dead ass. Man. But it was glitchy as fuck though. But that fucking nothing replaces a physical keyboard. I heard earlier this week watching Lou Later that I think TSMC, I believe, is coming out with another BlackBerry device running Android with a physical fucking keyboard coming out H1 2021. And I'm looking at the Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultra. These names are too fucking long. I'm looking at that shit and I'm like, yo, should I? Not TSMC, my bad. Foxconn, Hanhai Electronics. So I got that one wrong. Thank you, Traditionalist, for fixing that for me.
What do you get with the new phone? Like, what new compelling features exist today? Because back in 2008, 9, and 10, when you got a new phone, it was exciting. There was new shit. Like, I remember when Google first added voice to text, and I could say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious into my phone, and it knew what I was saying. But like, what are you getting if you buy the latest phone today that's life-changing? Besides, it has a bigger screen.
We're not talking about the Note 20. I said the Note 20 Ultra, Mr. High Voltage, 12 volts. Yeah, for me, so I got, all right, so I currently I have two devices, right? I have the Galaxy Note 10 Plus, which is this right here, right? And I have the iPhone 11 Pro Max, right? So the phones that I was running with prior to having these devices, my Android device was a Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge. So when I upgraded, like the only reason why I upgraded is because the battery was just like, fuck you. And it started glitching out and it became slow. And I'm just like, well, I'm not going to upgrade for like 3 or 4 more years. So let me just get the best of what's out there. Let me get the best flagship and then keep that shit for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. But the fucked up thing was, this is a 4G phone. So the only reason why I'm looking to trade this one in is because I want to have a 5G phone that I can then not upgrade for 4 or 5 years after. So that's the only reason why I'm even in the market for any of this shit at all, is because I just want to get myself as future-proofed as possible, because I don't give a fuck about cameras. I'm ugly as shit. I'm not using the fucking camera. I'm not one of these people that take 1,000 selfies, in the fucking bathroom while I'm taking a shit. I'm not one of those guys. I care about how great the screen is, the latency. I care about the speakers. I care about the network. That's the only shit that I really care about. And the rest of it, I could give a fuck. As long as I can play Asphalt 9 and not be dropping frames in the middle of the fucking race and then hit the wall and crash. As long as that's not happening, I'm good.
Well, since you brought up the ugly part, that's one feature that the new phones have, are those apps in real time where it'll make your face look different or better than it is.
Oh yeah, you're talking about false advertising.
Yes.
If I'm telling you, ladies, if I ever come across you on a dating app and more than 50% of your photos are doctored with those filters, I'm swiping left. If I see fake body parts, I'm swiping left.
The first picture that I ever got of Erica, she had added cat.
But it does, just because I'm happy where I'm at doesn't mean that there are other people that aren't interesting.
The first picture I ever got of Erica, she put cat whiskers on her face in it, and I just remember showing it to you and like the look on your face when you saw that, like the adding the shit, and she never does that ever. I don't know why she did it for that picture.
Yeah, and the thing is, like I told you from the beginning, I'm not going to say it on stream what I told you, but you remember what I told you.
Precisely. Yes. 100%. And I'm not saying it on stream either.
Nope. Nope. So, my thing is like, if you're real, show me that you're real. And that's it.
So someone sent me a box of something the other day, and I just got around to opening it. And as someone who just started,
Erica listening,
as someone who just started using the gym again here, after 3 or 4 months of not using one, this is very, very counterproductive. Is there anything in here that you would approve of eating, as a trainer? Besides this, look at this.
Yeah, pretty much.
I swear, I think someone sent this because they heard that I was starting to do my exercise and I lost 30 pounds in the past 6 months or so. Look at this.
Maxima, you are a savage for that. You are a fucking savage for that.
No aftermarket parts, please. Ones I can service myself. Yeah, what's wrong with aftermarket parts, man?
Yep, lots of quick sugars over there, right?
Which one of these is the least bad? Oh, what's this?
We're talking about that Corona weight.
Wait a second. Hey. What do you think of these materials, these ingredients?
Gesundheit.
I can't.
One of the things that I do like about the back of that packaging is that when you look at the ingredients, it is a pretty short list of ingredients. So, my thing is when people talk about, because one of the things that I've had to let Lewis know is that even though I'm his trainer, if you eat the stuff that you want to eat, that is not something that I am going to be like, oh, don't you eat that, blah, blah, blah. My thing is, again, what I talked to you about earlier about self-love, about balance, keeping balance in life. There are going to be certain things in life that you're going to enjoy. Enjoy them. However, if we've got goals, we have to work towards those goals. Now, if you eat certain junk, we may still get to those goals. It may take longer. So if you want to eat all the shit that's in that box, believe me, I'm going to be fairly affluent based upon you being my client, because we're going to be working that shit off for a really long time, right? So if you're going to listen to the shit that I'm going to say to you, great. If you're not, as long as you keep paying me, we good.
Yeah, a guy named Libor sent this to me. He wants me to be 300 pounds.
You do know that you need to bring some of that shit over here, because if one of these women are watching the stream right now, which I think they might be, if either one of them is watching the stream and
They're
look
gonna
at
be the
what's in that
size of
box,
3 women if they open this box.
yeah, for real. Like, they're gonna be like, do not show up back at this house without some of that shit.
This is 548,000 calories. Am I getting this right, or is this just some European shit?
All right, so I'm gonna explain the concept of calories. Okay, so what we're looking at is kcal, right? So in the United States, the people who created the metric did not believe that you're intelligent enough to know the difference between. They didn't think that you would understand the difference between a calorie and a kilocalorie, right? So the calories that you see in the United States on the back of your packaging, in actual energy terms, you multiply that by 1,000. It's a kilocalorie. But the unit of energy is so small that they bumped up the word calorie to denote the larger denomination of number. So when you see kcalorie, you're looking at the actual chemical energy definition of what a real calorie is. But they
So this is
dumbed it down
not
for us.
1,000 times more potent than an American candy bar.
Right. One
That's all.
kilocalorie is equal to the American calorie. It's
Okay.
the same shit.
That's still one fucking expensive candy bar. Okay, it's 576. Oh, that's per 100 grams. And this is... Yeah, okay, this is a 576 calorie chocolate bar. That is a lot of work to work this off. Man. Okay, strawberry chocolate. Holy shit.
People extra thick in USA. You goddamn right. What the fuck is that? Turn that over again for the camera.
This looks like a period.
Oh, macaron. I don't know. See, I think in references, does anybody know the Black Macaroon skit on Robot Chicken? Please hit number 1 in the chat. Because anytime I see that shit, I'm like, Black Macaroons? Black Macaroons?
I'm not going to eat the entire thing. I will not eat the entire thing. I will eat a small portion of it.
Thank you, Got Base. Thank you, Andre Luke.
All right, what does this
you.
taste like?
I know I'm not alone. I'm not alone. You say you're kind of black. Oh, yep. Don't want to say that.
And they were...
Blueberry has a cereal.
Whoa.
Oh man.
There's strawberry inside the chocolate.
Holy shit, man.
There's strawberry inside of the
Is
chocolate.
going right underneath your skin between your skin and your belly button. That's what that looks like.
My God.
I'm not gonna eat the entire thing. Yeah, you will. Lewis is fucking with my OCD. He is not breaking the pieces off at the borders. He's
This
just
pisses
biting
Eric
the
off
top
too.
of it.
This pisses Eric off too. It
That
drives her nuts when I do
fucks
this.
with my OCD. Yes! See? Seven gets it too. Like, stop doing that. God damn it. God damn it, man. Oh, man. Stop.
Manual focus.
Yeah, eat
Look
that
at
shit
it.
off camera,
It's
man.
breaking off even. It's not even.
Is it fucked up that I'm a trainer that is not mad that he's eating it? I'm mad at the way that he's eating it. Why are you doing this, Lewis? I buy baking bars and I chop irregular pieces off. Why?
I have not eaten a chocolate bar in like 3 years.
Why?
Maybe 4.
He's a fucking heathen. That's what it is. Yeah, so I know that you're joking, Dark Names, but I also want to talk about this concept of working harder. The reason why a lot of people struggle with fitness isn't necessarily because it's difficult, but because we take a negative self view when we address physical fitness, when we address health and wellness. When you look at fitness as a penalty that you pay for eating something that you enjoy, it is not really something that you're going to stick with or see the actual gains that you're looking to see. A lot of people believe, well, the law of thermodynamics says the first law of thermodynamics is calories in, calories out, but that's only partly true. If you are in a state of psychological distress, your body will go into protection mode, and then it will take the little bit of food you do eat and it will hold on to it and store it as fat for protective purposes. Because neurologically speaking, if you're in any kind of duress, your body only understands that you're in some kind of danger. Your body doesn't actually differentiate between different kinds of danger. So your body is going to jump in to try to protect you no matter what. So if you have these negative thoughts about your personal health and wellness, then your body is going to work against you work against your goals in the attempt to protect you from whatever danger that your body thinks that you're going through. Because neurologically speaking, either you're safe or you're not. There is no in between. And there is no rationalizing it. That's just what it is. So I want to make sure that if you guys never see me stream again on this channel, that you understand that if you want to improve your life and improve your life and also improve your body, punishing yourself for doing the things that you enjoy, like eating food, you're not going to see the gains that you're looking for.
Okay, 1 candy bar. I'll finish this 1 candy bar. But fuck the rest of this box. This box.
Did you just go from saying I'm not going to eat the whole thing to
It's 1 candy bar in 4 years. I'll take
You know
it.
what it is? You know what it is? You know what it is? Lewis never does anything half-ass.
But this box can go fuck.
You did call it, Bungee Skunk. You did call it.
This box is getting the fuck out of here before I eat the rest of it.
Yeah. And you know what? If you follow the law of thermodynamics and have a positive attitude about it, there have done really weird studies of guys that have lost weight on McDonald's only diets because they limited the amount of calories that they took in for that day. It's really not that difficult a concept. Now, the calories he took in were very low quality. So if he ends up with cancer of the everything, don't be surprised. But did he lose weight? Yes, he did.
What were your thoughts as a trainer on that movie Super Size Me? Or did you ever see it?
The thing is, when you look at any kind of what do you call those things? Documentaries. You always have to take whatever you see with a grain of salt, because the director of that documentary has a message that they would like to say to you. So what they'll do is they'll try to dress it up in this fancy packaging of, we investigated this and we found this. Now, there may be some truth to what they're saying, but you always have to take it with a grain of salt whenever, everybody has a fucking agenda, right? Very few people are just going to give you the facts and then step away from the podium. They're going to give you some facts and say, this is why everybody's bad, or this group of people is bad, or why that is bad, right? If you are eating too much food, that is not good. And I think that we can all agree on that. If you don't eat in a balanced way, bad things are probably going to happen to you, right? Like, so when I talk to, we don't have Whataburger in New York City, but if we did have Whataburger, I would try it. But I don't eat at McDonald's. I don't eat at Wendy's. I don't eat at Burger King. Those places, they serve garbage and fancy packaging. But if there was a Whataburger, I would absolutely try it, because I want to know, okay, how does it taste? I did not like Sonic when I went, I went a place that's far away from New York City, and I tried Sonic and I was not impressed. I tried Dairy Queen and I was originally impressed, and then the quality went way down, and then I was no longer impressed. Five Guys is decent, but it costs too much money for what they're offering. So another one is what was that company that took the PPP money when they didn't need it? Shake Shack. Shake Shack tastes good, but the burgers are too small to justify the cost.
What was offensive about them, and tell me if I'm getting it wrong and it was them or a different company. I think they said they're actually going to treat it as a
White
loan, and they're
Castle's
specifically
absolute
not.
trash.
They said they're not
I'm
going to
not
use that
eating-
money to pay their employees. But no, it wasn't them. It was Juniors or some cheesecake company or something, I think. I ate White Castle 2 or 3 times as a teenager, and it was garbage.
Oh, I have a really funny story that's going to make some of y'all laugh. Me and the ladies, we went to the movies a couple of years ago, and I think we were walking towards the movie theater, and we were going to decide what we were going to eat after we went to the movies, and we walked past the Five Guys, right? So one of my ladies says a little bit on the loud side, as several guys are walking by, I want Five Guys. And we looked at her, and they looked at her, and I looked at her, and we were like, hey, yo. Fuck are you talking about? You want Five Guys?
You're ridiculous.
Those guys are like, yep. We'll be several of those Five Guys. We got no problems with that. That shit was funny as hell. So I'm really careful when I talk about Five Guys. I'm like, yo, Five Guys hamburgers. Okay? Five Guys hamburgers.
That's ridiculous.
NGK says, yeah, I want Five Guys, not all at once. Hey, yo. Another thing. I'm a ranter. Joking about the 500 pounds. One of the things that I really, really hate is when people make fun of overweight people at the gym. If you want to make fun of overweight people, thank you, John. Thank you, John. Pause. Hit the pause button. Nothing pisses me off in the gym quite like making fun of people who are overweight that have whatever condition or whatever situation, and they're trying to make themselves better. And then you have, the fucking meatheads of the gym making fun of them. Nothing pisses me off more than that. Now, if you see them in line at McDonald's and you want to give them the side eye and a silent roasting, do you? Because if you're killing yourself, right? But if somebody is killing themselves in order to live and you're making fun of them, you're a fucking asshole.
There are lots of people that I know that specifically don't go to gyms because they're afraid of what other people are going to think of them while they're there. Like, what if I do this wrong? I mean, you can ask, like, what if they give me a wise ass answer, or what if they don't want to help me out, or whatever? And that keeps a lot of people from actually going to the gym. So I agree with that. I think those people are absolute douchebags, and I don't.
And the people that need to be in the gym the most don't feel comfortable going, and that pisses me off.
There are people at our gym that would do that. They'll like stare and laugh or joke or whatever. Like, I don't know. Every time I see that, the thing that I'm thinking to myself is like, let's say you fix a motherboard in front of a customer. Let's see how good you are at any of the tasks that everybody else does that they probably do better than you. Like, that's not the. I think they get off on the idea of keeping the club as small as possible.
Yep. Boston Bob, you're absolutely correct, which is why I don't eat at fast food joints. Like, I like to eat at Bear Burger. Does anybody know Bear Burger? Bear Burger is, to me, probably the best burger chain that still exists that I've ever had. New York Burger Company is also really good too. I don't know if you guys have any of those. Planet Fitness is trash. They don't actually advocate fitness there. Spend some real money. You get what you pay for. I do not.
If you're traveling and you want to live out of your car and you want a place to shower cheaply, get a membership at Planet Fitness. If you need to work out, then you should join a gym.
Right, for a real gym, because Planet Fitness does not. Planet Fitness does not advocate actual fitness. So one of again, they do the pizza day. Thank you, NZK. So I'm going to explain to you why Planet Fitness actually exists. Okay? Planet Fitness exists because the industry found out that you can sign up the people for a gym membership in a particular location. You can sign people up for a $50 a month, let's just say $50 a month membership. You can sign people up for a $50 a month membership, and you can sign up between 10 and 20,000 people for that one location. But you're going to make a shit ton of money because people will show up in January. They'll disappear in February. But they won't actually stop the subscription to the gym. They won't cancel their gym membership.
A big part of it, too, is that a lot of the people that go to Planet Fitness are going for the non-intimidating environment. Even Erica told me, the reason that she goes to Planet Fitness is because at all the other gyms and everybody's, like, gigantic and bulked, and the women have these, like, hard asses and everything, and she shows up, she feels intimidated. But when she goes to Planet Fitness and it's a bunch of, like, 80-year-olds, like, barely walking around, then it's like, oh, I don't feel bad. And it goes back to what we were saying about the people that make fun of people that choose to go to gyms. Like, they're actually making a business for Planet Fitness because Planet Fitness exists because of the gym rats that laugh at people that are trying to do better. And one thing I like at our gym is that
most of the case.
What?
The reason why Planet Fitness came out, because there's another side to that. You're not actually completely wrong, but I'm actually explaining the formula. So at a $50 to $100 a month gym, most people are not going to show up. So most fire codes will only allow around somewhere between 100 and 300 people, depending on the square footage of the gym, to be on the floor at a particular time. Some of the regulations have to do with how what kind of access do you have to an AED or a CPR kit, right? How many health professionals do you have on staff? So sometimes the regulations of how many people you can have at the gym at once is based on a variety of factors. But these gyms make money hands over fists by signing up over 10,000 people when only 200 people are going to be in there max at a time in the month of January, February, but the people are not going to be canceling their membership. So when Planet Fitness came around, they said, well, what can we offer the market to entice people to sign up? Well, Who are the people that do the least amount of physical work? The people that are the people that show up in January and quit by the end of January. How can we entice them to give us money and not actually service these people? How do we market this product to entice these people? Oh, okay, we've got an untapped market of a growing number of obese people in the United States. Let's tell them that we have a lunk alarm. We will not let anybody in our gym that physique looks too good, because we're not even talking about asshole good looking people. They didn't want people with a good physique at all. No deadlifting, no heavy squats, no strength training whatsoever. We're going to ring this lunk alarm, right? So in their original advertisements, they had, the guy that can barely speak English that walks around with a jug of a 1-gallon jug of protein shake. I pick things up, I put them down, right? So they brought this stereotype, which is a very small number. They make up a very small number of the fitness community. They play on your fears and say, oh my God, these people are going to make fun of you if you go to the regular gym. But also, check this out. We'll give you a membership for $10, $15, right? So what ends up happening is when you purchase that membership with them, when your budget gets kind of tight and you're looking to cut shit out of your budget, you're not going to cut out the gym because it's only $10. And it reminds you, oh shit, I do need to get in the gym because I haven't really been taking care of myself. So then you go in the gym, you try to undo a year's worth of doing nothing in one day. You end up with severe delayed onset muscle soreness to the point where you think you're going to fucking die. And you're like, fuck that. Why do I go to the gym? And then you don't go. But the money that they're taking from you doesn't actually, you don't feel like you're actually losing any money there. So they get to pop up Planet Fitness in all of these different communities, sign up 10, 15, 20,000 people. Hey, we're going to give you pizza and bagels, right? We're going to make it where you could just walk really slowly on this treadmill, not make any progress. But as long as you're paying us that $10 a month, and we can extrapolate that over 10 to 20,000 people, we're going to turn a fat ass profit, no pun intended. We can turn a fat ass profit and not actually service you. You're basically just giving us free money. That's how they fucking get you.
It's a working model because people do it. And the guilt aspect of it is when you go to cancel because you're like, oh, I'm not using this, then that reinforces your sense of guilt. Well, I just paid for something and I didn't use it. I bet I can't cancel now because I haven't used it. And then I'll even feel even worse than what I felt when I got the gym membership. So it reinforces that insecurity that caused you to get the membership to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
JP said, resolution bar in gym idea. Sell memberships to the gym for the first 2 months of the gym, then turn it into a bar the remaining 10. It's actually kind of, that's kind of funny.
Probably make a shit ton of fucking money too.
Yeah,
Blanket Bum, you're absolutely correct. Most people in the fitness community will actually embrace you. If they see that you're really trying hard, people will give you tips. People ask me for tips all the time, and I just go fucking bananas like, oh my God, and you could try this, and you could try that. Oh, have you tried this? Have you done that? It's really fucking fun, and you actually feel like you're helping people. That's really why I got into fitness. I was doing fitness just for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've got a 6-pack already. I'm good, but I like helping other people. It just so happens I can make pretty good fucking money doing it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody asked how our gym is dealing with the Rona. I'm thinking that the gym that I work out with my clients, they are hurting. We are in stage 3 or 4 of the reopen here in New York City. So they changed all the gym rules. They put up this big plexiglass barrier at the front desk. Trainers are no longer allowed to be on the premises when they're not working with clients. You have to go online to schedule sessions, and you cannot show up prior to your session, and they can't do cardio prior to the session or after the session. After the session is over, the trainer and the client must leave the building. The trainer may not work out unless he has hired another trainer and they have scheduled it. They're on the schedule. And you can't hang out in the building or on the gym floor in between clients. So for me, it's not economically or psychologically feasible for me to have a 6 a.m. client and then an 11 a.m. client and then, a 6 p.m. client, and I got to commute to work 4 times in a day. Fuck out of here. So what I'm doing is I'm offering services to people. I do with one guy that I think he poured soda on his MacBook. He's using Google Duo with me. I got people that use FaceTime with me. I will find a technology where I can work with you over the video. And now, instead of taking a huge hit, like, damn, like I can't work out with my people in the gym. Now I'm like, yo, I'm expanding my offerings. Now I can train people in person, and I can train people who come to my channel. Oh, I need training. All right. Well, do you have an at-home setup, or can you, take like a tablet or some device? And then it's like I'm right there with you in the gym. I'm making sure that your movement patterns are the way they're supposed to be, that you're warming up properly, that you're in the proper frame of mind.
That system that they have is so ridiculous with what you're explaining, with all the limitations of opening. I think you either have to have opening with lots of cleaning or no opening, because nobody is going to be willing to be that level of tyrant, because the level of tyrant you need to be to enforce that is a level of tyrant that makes you incompatible with any kind of social behavior, I believe. Like, just getting people at my store to wear masks and wear them above their nose rather than below the nose.
Wear them properly.
No, like, just doing that, I can't tell you the level of tyrants that I had to become in order to get this basic thing followed by intelligent people. These are people that are, that have degrees in electronics engineering, some of the, that know how to do data recovery at component level and all this. They're not stupid, and they're able to, but just to be able to do this, is very, very, very difficult. And just to follow that one basic fucking rule was aggravating as hell. Getting people to follow all of those rules, it's a joke, because no business,
real fast.
no, you're gonna lose all of your people while you're doing it. Like, how do you enforce it? If someone is this close, or if you see someone running at a gym, you tell them, get the fuck out of here. Like, the type of person that's actually going to enforce that is going to be the type of person who is a scourge on humanity, because the only type of person that's going to agree to actually actively enforce that rather than just nod and let people do what they want is going to be such a megalomaniac, power-hungry piece of shit that they're not going to be someone that you ever want to spend time with. I don't know how you feel about that, but do you think that if you were to walk into that gym right now, that they're following even 50% of the rules as laid out, or do you think it would just be people there and, like, do you think any of the people that we know that work at that gym are actually standing there, like, watching to make sure people are following that?
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, because I'm one of those people that I think I've only worn a face mask, I think, one time since the city shut down March 16th. But people will say, well, don't you know the importance of wearing a mask? I do, which is why I almost never leave my house. I have not walked into a store. I have not walked into anybody's establishment since March 16th, because I understand the importance of the mask, but I don't want to fucking wear it. Well, I won't go in your store. It's that fucking simple.
Yeah, I don't think anybody at that gym is actually going to enforce any of that at all. I see this go left and right where they're saying, at bars, they're taking away the liquor licenses of people if they're standing outside the bar. You have too many people standing outside the bar. People can drink in their house. The reason that they're going to a bar is to speak with other people. And when you speak to other people, you're going to speak outside. Like, you need to have a tyrant to actually rework the way everybody thinks, so that everybody knows innately that you need to stand this far away from the people that you see as your close friends. Like, We don't have. You can't just snap your fingers and make it happen. And like the level of tyranny that's going to be required for that to happen is something that I don't think most good people have in them.
Yeah. But I mean, for me, I think it's easy for me because I don't like people. I mean, I love people, like I love humanity, but I hate people.
It's
So,
individuals, people.
yeah, I like to stay, in very small social circles. Like people might look at me, oh, but you're polyamorous. It doesn't change the fact that I'm a raging fucking introvert, though, right? Like, I can be personable with people who, like, I'm like really close to, but the rest of everybody else, fuck off. um, and if I feel like I need to have interaction with other people, I will do it through my live stream. Everybody else, you go to fucking hell. Okay, we can have conversations, but when I'm done with the stream and I'm done dealing with human beings and thoughts and decisions and ideas, then I can shut the shit off and I'll, stream 3 or 4 months from now when I'm, ready to deal with human beings again. But not having to deal with people in public has been fucking awesome for me.
Yeah, I still get the fun of dealing with the human beings.
Yeah, you do. But now you have a bottle of alcohol that you could spray them in the face with when they become annoying.
Yeah, and I can say that it's I have to do that to get rid of the Rona.
Exactly. I was about to say that. See, one great mind and one mediocre mind thinks alike. You know what I'm saying?
I'm curious to see if this board that I worked on works. If it does, great. If it doesn't, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna cry my way home.
Yeah,
And
because
cry my way to sleep.
that looked like a really really difficult repair right there.
This was very annoying. Sometimes I put stuff in the ultrasonic and I just pray that it works out of it, and this is one
Yeah,
of them.
yeah. But the thing is, I also understand. Too that if you keep extroverts quarantined for too long, then you get what we got here in New York City, which is all these niggas are busting their guns now, shooting people left, right, and center because they can't get that fucking extroverted energy out of whatever the fuck is wrong with them, right? And then you got all the Karens, I need to get my fucking hair done. I'm gonna storm State Hall with my fucking AR-15 because I need to go to the... Let the extroverts do whatever it is they need to fucking do, right? But I do believe that we've now figured out that we don't have to go to an office to sit at a desk, right? So I think the best thing that could really come out of Rona Quarantine 2020 is that introverts will probably not have to deal with as many people, and then the extroverts can go do whatever the fuck they want to do out there once this shit is over. We've got, video conferencing technology. We've got high-powered machines. We've got broadband internet. Fuck your office.
That's one of the things when we were talking earlier on the phone off the stream about the recovery of New York City and what's happened to New York and other large cities in the past. I don't think people take into account how much the internet happened, but people still kind of kept doing a lot of shit the same way they did before. But the difference between all the other times that people have abandoned the city and then come back and now is the internet. Like for a lot of shit, you really, really, really don't need to be here. Because there's so much shit that you can get done now that even 10 or 12 years ago or 6 years ago, you couldn't get done because the internet speeds where you were sucked.
Hi. I've always wanted to say that.
Hi's here.
Shit.
Let's see if this next boot... I think this is going to give me an image. It's going to boot. If this boots, I'll be so happy that I won't make Hi come to work tomorrow since Shane is off.
Yeah, I also believe that we introverts also do need a dash of influence from extroverts, but to be like bombarded with them constantly, relax, son. Relax. How did Lewis meet Jessa Jones?
I was at CTIA, and everybody there did not know how to fix boards. and we bonded because we were the only two people there that both used our face to find short circuits on a board. So when there was a short in the board, since we did not have thermal cameras or any fancy schmancy way to find it, we would put the board to our face and then go out once we went over the part that had the exploded component. And that was how we fixed things. And after that, we talked for about half an hour, and we became good friends. That also just so happened to fight every 20 minutes. And somebody from the 2015 July course should have footage of her chasing me around the room and trying to deadlift me.
That sounds great. No, Persona, you might be missing something when we're talking about working from home. Companies are not just taking advantage of free real estate. What a lot of companies are proposing is compensating their employees more for the real estate that they don't have to pay for. Like with one of my ladies, her company is looking at subsidizing her internet, paying for some of her internet, paying for some of the hardware, anything that she needs to work, subsidizing a lot of those things. So even though we use some of those things for, non-work reasons, the fact that she's using all of this equipment and she's using, Verizon Fios internet and all this other shit, they're like, hey,
Dead CPU.
we can afford to pay you more if we're not paying $300 per square foot, like Lewis was saying earlier when we were talking about commercial real estate. Yeah, but if people are just sitting at their computers, I mean, what zoning do you need? It's still residential. It's just making sure that if you have a person that is working from home, make sure that make sure that they are being properly compensated for the partial use of their home. You work that out with the employee on a case by case basis, and that's it. I don't see a problem with that. No, it would not be commercial because it's still residential. If I choose to work from home, it is still a residential facility. Now, if you want to add like new infrastructure to accommodate, doing more complicated stuff other than sitting in front of a fucking computer, then we're talking about zoning regulations. But if I'm just going to sit at a computer, if it's no difference between what I do at home and what I do at work, it's still my home.
I'm sad that I had a dead CPU after all that work. It
Like
takes
it's really
2 amps.
dead.
Yeah, that was where the corrosion was. I just thought it may be savable because it wasn't directly shorted.
What was the time of death?
Let's see.
We have to call it time of death.
I always feel sad when I end the board. It's weird because it's not even my device or product, but I always feel sad when I put work or effort into something and it's dead at the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a rip in both chats for the board.
There's a really interesting thing that happens when for anybody who does this type of work for a living. If you have too many no fixes in a row, it actually kind of makes you sad and disincentivizes you from working. Because even though I had this is ticket number 34,237, so I'm sure there's quite a few that we've fixed. But when you have a few of those in a row, it just kind of makes you feel useless irrationally because I know what I'm doing, but it still makes me sad.
Yeah, the PP bus led to a disease. The PP bus was burning, and it led to a disease that you couldn't cure.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going since it's now 11:35 and I have to be here at 12.
Yo, this was so much fucking fun. This is actually more fun than I was anticipating.
This was fun. Well, I'll see you all later. Thank you for watching, and as always, I hope you learned something.
Or a lot of things.